Wave Beats Music. Wave Beats Music. Wave Beats Music.
Greetings, fellow Stigma fighters, supporters, friends, and associates. It is my great pleasure as the chairman and co-founder of the Stigma-Free Society to remind you that May is Mental Health Awareness Month. We're delighted to be here so that we can help in these very, very challenging times. And we're looking for your help. May 26th is our big fundraiser. We have a target this year that's ambitious, $750,000. We'd love to have your help and support. Our family has offered a $50,000 matching contribution, and we're hoping that some of you will join in offering additional matching contributions, or for those who have a single gift, your dollars will be doubled, and if we can get more matching grants, tripled, quadrupled, or more. We look forward to your support. We have very, very important work to continue to do, and we need your help. From now until the end of the month, and in particular on May 26th, we hope you will join us and help us build a better, more understanding and compassionate world. Thank you.
Hey everybody, my name is Andrea Paquette, and I'm president and co-founder of the Stigma-Free Society. Thank you so much for tuning into our Stigma-Free Faces fundraiser today. We are very excited to have you. So first and foremost, I would like to share about the Stigma-Free Society. Stigma-Free is a charity that is dedicated to creating awareness in the world, also creating understanding with a focus on mental health, and encouraging the acceptance of ourselves and other people. So if you're wondering where the money goes from today, I would like to share a little bit about our programming. We offer the Student Mental Health Toolkit to teachers, school counselors, youth, and parents. This toolkit is an amazing resource for those wanting to learn about mental health. It is preventative education and is growing all the time. The toolkit is never stale. As well, we offer a toolkit for agricultural, rural, and remote communities, and we are very excited to be expanding in this direction as well. As we gain national momentum, we want to expand our programming even further, as we have been in Manitoba already, and we are very excited about these developments. In the past year, there has been 13,000 visits to our Student Mental Health Toolkit and over 1,200 full access downloads from mainly teachers and school counselors and parents. I would really like to emphasize as well our virtual presentations, where we offer presentations virtually across Canada for students. We reach nearly 10,000 students annually. I'd like to share a little bit about our event today. First and foremost, you will watch a video. This video that you are watching will share basically spots from featured guests from the community who share their personal story and also share expertise in the area of mental health and their passions. As well, you will be watching various videos and stories, short documentaries about people who have faced challenges and triumphs, and we're very excited to welcome them to our stigma-free community. At 3 p.m., we will have a live stream event with myself where you can ask questions on Facebook Live, and also it will air on YouTube. So thank you to our board of directors, our volunteers, our staff, and our amazing stigma-free community. We are so thankful for our donors and everybody who makes our work possible. So please drop in throughout the day. It is a long day from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. in total for our video programming. And we hope that you will share on your social media. And we really, really hope that you enjoy our event today. Thank you so much and take care. Hi, my name is Andrea Paquette, and I'm president and co-founder of the Stigma-Free Society. The Stigma-Free Society is a Canadian registered charity since 2010, and what we have been doing over the last 10 years is delivering mental health education across British Columbia. And as of late, we have been reaching national heights as well. We teach young people about mental health, the elimination of stigma, and how to stay well. Our work is preventative education, so we get to young people in the schools before it becomes a crisis. The genesis of the Stigma-Free Society is very personal for me. When I was 25 years old, I was diagnosed with bipolar disorder, and it became my mission to ensure that people didn't suffer alone like I once did. In creating the Stigma-Free Society with our co-founder Dave Richardson, we decided that we wanted to do more in the area of mental health awareness and especially in the elimination of stigma. There is not just mental illness stigma.
There are developmental disabilities where people feel ashamed, addictions, physical illness, and even physical disabilities. And we can't forget racism either. So the Stigma-Free Society focuses on mental health, but we also do focus on other stigmas as well. And so this has led to the creation of the Mental Health Student Toolkit, where you are today. And we welcome you to this amazing resource. We have a Coping with Mental Health section as well, which provides many resources and educational handouts where teachers can get all the information they need in one place. One of the things that I have often heard from educators is that they don't feel like experts and they feel really lost when talking about mental health. We have always been there for teachers and school counselors, and we want to continue to be in this virtual platform. It is really important that we communicate with our students that no matter what our challenges, we can all live extraordinary lives. We have various sections such as a video library where many people share their personal experiences of having mental health issues, and also young people who are sharing their stories, trying to just offer words of hope during this very difficult time in the world right now. Teachers and school counselors can download resources where they can connect with students and talk about mental health. We have live events that take place every single week, whether it's with a psychologist or a registered clinical counselor. People can do Q&A on Facebook Live. Where can you get such a great resource like that? As well, every single week, we have content flowing in, fresh content. So that means that the toolkit is never stale. It is really important to talk to students about youth mental health. I feel like it's becoming even more relevant as the days go by. Young people often feel alone, that they have nobody to talk to. And if they're learning preventative education, such as what this toolkit will provide, then they're going to seek help for themselves. And that's the most important thing. If you need help with this toolkit at any time, please reach out to us. At the Stigma-Free Society, we know how difficult it can be to talk about mental health in the classrooms, and we are here for you. It is vital that we are teaching our young people mental health education, and we want to make sure that you feel comfortable doing just that. So thank you for your time. I really hope that you enjoy the resources that are in this toolkit, and thank you very much for your support.
My name is Dave Richardson. I'm the chairman and co-founder of the Stigma-Free Society, and it is my great pleasure, indeed honor, to have the opportunity to speak with you today about the topic of mental health, mental wellness, and mental illness that exists in all communities, but in particular in the rural and agricultural communities. It's sometimes difficult to understand why rural communities and agricultural communities would suffer disproportionately more than urban environments. And it seems to be that the big issue is stigma. The proud farmers, the brave souls who endure difficult weather, crop failures, the challenges of living on the land makes them particularly prone to having a pride that says, I can't discuss this. I need to suffer in silence. And I can tell you, as someone who spent most of my childhood growing up on the farm and in a rural community, I know the struggles of depression, of anxiety, of self-doubt, and what that can do to your self-worth, your sense of confidence, your well-being, and your ability to deal with the challenges that face everyone, but in particular, a community that is so dependent on the unpredictability of weather, of the success or failure of crops, of everything
riding on what happens in harvest season over which you have no control. I'm so excited to be able to introduce you to the Rural Mental Wellness Toolkit that we have developed specifically to reach out into the rural and agricultural communities and provide resources, provide help, provide support, and in particular, to provide encouragement. We all need help sometimes. And one of the toughest things in my entire life was coming to terms with the fact that I suffered from anxiety and depression. And that's why we've built the Rural Mental Wellness Toolkit, because there's a lot of tough days. We want to help bring you the tools that give you resources. And it's my sincere hope that by telling you that I struggled, that you realize you're not alone. There's wonderful resources online, and we've brought them together in our toolkit. We're here to help, and know you are not alone.
Hey everybody, it's Andrea Pocket from the Stigma-Free Society, your president and co-founder of this wonderful charity. So we're here today celebrating our Stigma-Free Faces fundraiser, where we have guests, we share videos about people sharing inspirational stories. And today we have two amazing guest stars that I'm very excited to have here. Bruce Courtnall and also Jeff Courtnall, his brother, the brothers, as often I've heard them referred to as. So how are you both doing today?
Great, thank
How
you.
are you?
Good. Thank you so much for being here. What I thought I would do is just simply start off sharing with our viewers a little bit about you. So your bios, your role at the Courtnall Society. Sound good?
Sure, sounds good.
Perfect. Hey, so Bruce, we're going to start with you as president of the Courtnall Society for Mental Health. So after playing in the WHL, Bruce retired at age 20. Victoria has been his home since 1995, where he has been active in both investment and real estate. A dedicated father of 4, Bruce has volunteered for a number of charitable organizations, including Crime Stoppers Victoria, BC, BC Children's Hospital Foundation, and the Greater Victoria Sports Hall of Fame. And that is Bruce. Now we're going to move on to Jeff, who's Executive Vice President of the Courtnall Society. Jeff's pursuit and love of hockey started in Victoria at the Rocket Club, followed by a junior position with the Cowichan Valley Capitals, before being called up by the WHL's Victoria Cougars, where he played with brother Russ. After signing as a free agent with the Boston Bruins in 1983, Jeff went on to play over 1,000 games with various teams in the NHL and won the Stanley Cup in 1988 with the Edmonton Oilers. Amazing. Really excited to learn today about your perspectives around mental health, your personal stories, some family history. A lot of people in the country know a lot about you, but today I feel like we can give them a little bit more insight and perspective. So I think I'm going to start with you, Bruce, and if you could comment on this question. So what inspired you to begin bringing awareness to mental health challenges and mental illness?
Well, first of all, thank you very much for having us on, and also for all you do. It takes all of us to help as many people as we can, and we appreciate that. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
For Jeff and Russ and I and our sister Cheryl, we had a tough growing up when we lost our dad, and we tended to sweep it under the carpet. Nobody talked about those issues then. And then when Jeff was and Russ were playing in the NHL right near the end of Jeff's career, and he can probably talk to that. But he decided that it was time to talk about it, and he had a nice interview, great interview actually, but it was an eye-opener for the world and especially for us because we didn't talk about it too much, right? So I think that was sort of the beginning for us, and that was probably back in, Jeff can probably late 90s, 99-ish maybe. And so we just, it kind of got the ball rolling and got us talking about it, getting more involved in it. And then we started the Courtnall Classic here in Victoria, which we raised, as you know, great funds for the city of Victoria, and started created the Archie Courtnall Center. So that's pretty much where we started, and then it's just been something that we do happily to do all the time now that we help as many people as we can.
How many years did the Classic run, the golf tournament?
We did it 3 years. We did it in 2003, 2004, and that's what we raised a lot of money, all the money to finish and build out the Archie Courtnall Center. And then we did one in 2011, and that funded all the furnishings, etc., at the new patient care center, the mental health floor at the new hospital. So that's what we did, and we had always started that and didn't want to, not that we didn't want to do it every year, because it raised a lot of money every year. We just didn't want it to lose its luster of being such a great event. So that's the only reason why we didn't do it again until 2011, but there was a need. So that's kind of what we did for those 3 events.
Yeah. So Jeff, let's bring you into the conversation. I thank you, Bruce, especially for that answer. So Jeff, back in 1999, like I look back when I first started sharing my story in 2010, and the prevalent stigma that really exists around the conversation of mental health. And did you really notice that way back then? And what inspired you to want to tackle, if that was an issue, and talk about mental health for you?
Yeah, obviously, thank you for all you do. I think that your cause is amazing, and telling your story will help so many people. What happened was, I lived this life where in Boston, I can remember the general manager talking to me in a meeting in the office and just saying my dad died, and I didn't want to say anything about it. And then in 1994, when we were in the Stanley Cup Finals with the Canucks playing against New York, the writer for the New York Post basically did an interview with me, and we were sitting in the stands, and I just felt really comfortable with him, and he asked me a lot of great questions, and basically I told him that my dad committed suicide. And that was the first time really that I'd ever told anybody, because it was almost like, I think that personally I felt ashamed that, he did that. But it was at a time when, I think that there wasn't any awareness of sort of what, is going on. And I think it's a lot more prevalent today. But I think that by telling the story to him, it basically went, crazy from there, as far as a lot of people calling me, wanting to do stories, wanting to talk about it. So throughout the rest of my career, there was always everybody knew when they were interviewing me that that was the situation. So that question would come up, and it just continued to build until my career was over. So I think that, Bruce, obviously, I think the way we were raised, I mean, my dad and mom were both amazing. I mean, they sacrificed their lives for us to basically run us around to all these different sporting events. I mean, I can remember being in my backseat of my dad's car, changing from my soccer gear to my hockey gear to go to my hockey game. And basically mom waiting for us after practice, taking us to the rink, all that stuff. So to lose him at 15, I think that that's probably the biggest story now in today that we have to share. I still have people today calling me to get their kids or someone into the Archie Courtnall Center, and I have people in Victoria coming up to me all the time in tears, telling me that it saved their son, it saved their husband, their wife. So I really feel, like I said, the way we were raised. I mean, I can remember as a kid, you know, waiting for autographs of hockey players at Esso and at the Heart and Stroke Foundation golf tournament at the Uplands. And so giving back to the community for how fortunate we've been through our lives is something that we just feel we need to do.
Yeah. Thank you for sharing that. And definitely, the Archie Courtnall Center has really helped a lot of people, because I know a lot of people in the mental health community that feel like they have no place to go. And so this emergency center has been vital to the Greater Victoria community. And thank you so much for creating that. And Bruce, what did that mean to you when that was created? And I'm just really curious about any insights you have around creating that amazing project.
Well, you know, the truth is, when Jeff and Russ and I sat down in 2003, or maybe even 2002, we were looking for, we thought the boys' hockey careers were over there. All of us were in town living in Victoria, and Russ and Jeff and I thought we should do something to give back personally, like something that we could be a big part of. And so we met with Ben O'Connor in Victoria here, and he was on the Hospital Foundation board, and they had a component for mental health, and sorry, and it was new, very new. So we said, that's it, that's what we want to do. And so it was to build the Archie Courtnall Center. So when we started it, though, it was, you know, we never did it to have our dad's name on there. That was just truly an honor that the government decided that they wanted to name it after our dad. So that was pretty cool. But it was just so unique because it was 2 years of hard work, 2 great events that raised a lot of money, and was able to pay for the whole center. And the thing for, I not speaking for Jeff, but I'm sure he feels the same way, is that for the 3 of us, and even our mom and our sister, it was just amazing to the outreach and the outpouring of support, and friends of ours telling stories of mental health issues in their families that we had no idea about. Again, nobody talked about it. And so those events we had a radiothon, and we had so many people calling in and donating, you know, jars of pennies and just amazing stuff. It was just that was so great for us and for the city. And then, like I say, people were outpouring with their own emotional stories about what they'd gone through in their families. And like I say, some of the people that called them were our friends, and we didn't know. They'd never told us, and we hadn't told them. So just, that's a bit of an aside, but for the reasons we did it was just strictly to give back. And then it ended up being this great psychiatric emergency services center that is, you know, quickly within a couple of years, it wasn't big enough. You know, and sadly, meaning that's how much it was needed. And I think it's over 4,000 visits a year, something like that. And it's so, you know, you build it and they will come. Well, you need to build bigger things nowadays. And anyways, like Jeff said, it's been great that it's helped so many people, and we just feel fortunate that we were part of it.
Well, it's a legacy for your dad, and people will always get help at the center. I know there was a great need, and I just find it really inspiring that this is going to be, you know, a center that will always be there, and it's very meaningful. So I really want to just fast forward a little bit. What are you up to today? Like, I know recently created the Courtnall Society for Mental Health. I've learned a little bit about the charity, working with Shannon over the last couple of months. Can you please tell me the goals, the aims, Jeff, the mission? What is the Courtnall Society, if you really want to share what your purpose is?
Yeah, well, I think that, you know, Bruce obviously has done a great job in the charity side. And I think that what has happened is a lot of our donors have continued to want to make donations to the Courtnall society now. So that's why we formalized it and hired Shannon Drew and Kate, who are just amazing. And I think that, you know, it's something now where I go and I meet with a lot of my, you know, high net worth friends and ask them to give us money. And basically our goal is to help, you know, a lot of different organizations, because I get a lot of, you know, people who ask me to come and speak or to go and help them with their charities. And I think that, you know, now Shannon and Kate are finding all kinds of different opportunities for us to help financially, as well as go and speak to you know, the cause or what it means to us as far as helping. So, you know, I tell people that, you know, my story is basically this, is when I was 14, 15 years old, my dad got sick. And basically I worked at the keg as a dishwasher. I used to come home at night. I'd get home at 11:30 to midnight. And my dad would just sit on the couch and stare out the window. And I would sit there with him sometimes till 2, 3 in the morning. And he basically, he would just listen to me, but he would just stare out the window. It was like he couldn't have a conversation. He was in a trance. He tried to commit suicide 3 times. So I went through that. I don't want, if I can have one family not go through what I went through, everything's worth it. So that is our goal. You know, basically there's the, you know, drug and alcohol addiction, which is a big problem that people basically self-medicate because of mental health. And I think, you know, that I haven't drank now for 12 years and I feel fantastic. But it took a lot of bad things in my life for me to realize that I needed to quit drinking. And, you know, since then, life's changed and it's good. And I think that, you know, there's all kinds of different things in mental health. I think that, you know, it's just, we have our 4 pillars. If these different causes that we feel we can help, we'll donate money and time. And continually, I mean, pretty much 2 or 3 days a week, I'm out meeting with different people in Vancouver and even all over North America and Canada that friends Russ and I have from our careers that are very successful people who are helping us. And I think that's what it takes.
Yeah. Congratulations on your sobriety. That isn't an easy thing. And I think that's very special. So thank you for sharing that.
Yeah.
And I was curious about your audience of the Courtnall Society. And so is youth a focus? Who are you trying to reach?
Yeah, we're under our 4 pillars. We have suicide, we have substance abuse, we have youth and children, and then we have trying to think of what's our 4th one, Jeffrey. Anyways, it's sorry to have a little bit of a forgetfulness there, but
Well, that's okay.
we're you know, youth's a big one, and you know, I used to stay in touch with a doctor in town here who's now retired, but she was so great. She would keep me up to date on youth and what's happening with youth and the numbers, and the numbers were frightening. The second leading cause of deaths in youth was suicide, and that's scary. And number 1 was car accidents. So that's pretty bad. And so we've always tried to do what we can to help youth. I before we started the society again, we had donors who I would take their donations and put it directly into a youth charity. So we've never had employees before. So we've got Kate and Shannon now, and they're doing such a great job. And Jeff and I are, you know, we're their employees, and we're the volunteers, and we're out there, you know, hitting the streets and doing what we can. And you know, again, with the 4 focuses we have, one of the biggest reasons why we restarted the society was just because of the need and the wants of our donors wanting to continue to give. And we still had the Courtnall Society, but now we created more of a foundation where we're going to take in funds every year, raise funds every year. And then we're going to sit down and go through what charities that we've met with that we deem that we're in our pillars that we're going to send money to. And we'll be able to watch the money do what it's supposed to do, and gives us some control, and it also, the donors will appreciate seeing where it's gone, what it's done, how it's helped them, and then we'll just continue to grow. And we're, that the plan is that'll go on in perpetuity, and we're a national firm now. We're not just a Victoria anymore, and we're doing different events, up island and in Vancouver and Winnipeg, and so it's all great stuff, and it's just it's exciting to be able to help as many people as we can and do it right.
Yeah, no, it's very sustainable and an amazing idea. And I do know your fourth pillar, funny enough.
Thank you. I was just
Community integration, I
Yes.
believe it is.
Yes, thank you. And that, that's a big one. Jeff and I've always talked about that, is that
Yeah.
these individuals get the help they need, and then they get put back out into the community and they don't have that integration. Right, Jeff?
Yeah, well, I think that we've seen that the most from the Archie Courtnall Center so now basically the transition is people go in suicidal or, very sick, and go into the Archie Courtnall Center for 2 or 3 days and get basically stabilized and medication figured out, go into the mental health ward, which is absolutely amazing. I mean, I've had a lot of friends and different people in our lives that I've been in there to see, that have been in there. And, I think that that is just an amazing place. So they go from the critical stage to basically stabilization, and then get healthy at the mental health ward. But the third pillar, basically, I feel, is we need a place for people to go from there to get back to normal life. Because whether it's a young boy, I'll tell you a story.
Yeah.
I came out of the Oak Bay on Saturday morning in 2001, and it was pouring rain, and there was a boy standing on the corner. I didn't know how old he was, naked, and it's pouring rain. So I pulled over and I asked him, "Are you okay?" And he said, "No, I need help." And I said, "Okay, get in." So he got in my car. He basically had been sleeping in somebody's house, and someone tried to attack him. He ran out of the house. So I took him to McDonald's on Shelbourne, and then I went to the Salvation Army next door and I bought him clothes. And then I said, "Okay, where do you want to go?" And he said, "I want to go home." So I called his parents and they said, "He can't come here." And I said, "Oh, okay." So then the father told me to take him to the place down on Wharf Street where that's where the rehab place, whatever it was, used to be. So, going through that with that young man, and then I saw him probably 10 years later walking, and he was healthy again. But obviously I think the drugs had done some damage to him mentally. Mm-hmm. But that issue right there, where he had corrupted basically his family life so that they didn't want him to come back home, which is happening a lot now, where these youth get into drugs and start to steal from their families or whatever to basically finance their drug habit. And then coming out of the mental health ward healthy, they have nowhere to go. So I think that is one of the biggest places that we need to focus, which I think our next event we have, that's what'll be the focus.
Wow. Quite a story. And I know these situations happen so often. And then when we encounter people who are in such crisis, it's a really pivotal moment in so many of our lives. I know when you were talking about the impressiveness and the effectiveness of the new mental health ward at the Royal Jubilee Hospital, I was actually admitted in 2005 to the Eric Martin Pavilion. And so we definitely have come a long way here in Victoria to provide a better space, a more welcoming place. And yeah, I didn't have such a good experience at Eric Martin, but I met an amazing psychiatrist who's my psychiatrist today, Dr. Song.
Yes,
And
yeah.
He's helped so many people. He is amazing.
He's a great man, and we're honored that he came on our board. So
I know, and I saw that, and I was like, "Wow, that's my psychiatrist."
That's great.
I
Lucky
know.
you. Yeah.
Yeah, 18 years and running. Yeah, he's helped a lot of people.
He
Very
has.
much so.
He has.
Yes.
Yeah,
Very highly regarded.
very much so.
Yeah.
Okay, so I was wondering if we could switch the conversation a little bit, Bruce, when we're talking about the sports industry. And I know this is going off a little bit of a different direction, but you have an insider's view. And I was curious about, how mental health is talked about in the sports industry. We know there's been suicides over the last decade of people who are struggling. And I was wondering if you can give me specifically about men in sports and what does that look like when it comes to stigma, mental health, getting help? And I was wondering if you could speak to that.
Absolutely. I probably Jeff might be better based on his career and how long he played. But I would say from when I was a young man up to 20, I mean, it was, it was probably more youth oriented things that were, probably just oddities, but nothing really sticks out as any serious issues. The people I played with, there wasn't drug or alcohol issues, really. Mental health wise, I think kids today, and I'd say especially for me, I think if I had a sports psychologist when I was 19 and 20 or 16 to 20, it would have been great for me because there's just you're dealing with, I was dealing with things that, for me personally, that was just personal, and that was more, my brothers were already playing the NHL, so I had this sort of personal feeling of, I had confidence, but I just felt pressure. And it wasn't pressure from them. It was just pressure from the public that his brothers are already in the NHL. He's got to make it too, or he's not as good as them. Or these are things that you're thinking about. And so I think as a youth, if I had someone to talk to, I always think, and never blame it at all. I always think if my dad was alive, my hockey career would have been a lot different.
Yeah.
And in a positive, not that it was terrible. I had a great hockey career, but I think I wouldn't have stopped playing. I just wasn't having fun anymore. And part of it was that pressure that I put on myself. Like I say, no one to blame. And our mom just did an amazing job of, being there for us. And she couldn't replace our dad, obviously, but she did. And I just always think if my dad was alive, I mean, Jeff was sort of like my dad, right? So he was always there for me growing up and, trying to help me make the right decisions in life, which he did. Or I did, and but we always take our hats off to Mom for getting a little emotional, but she's a wonderful person. And
that's amazing. I know I feel the same way about my mom, and I always get emotional when I think of her strength as well and how much she did for me. And it feels like a very similar situation. And she obviously did a really good job with both of you. You're very kind and giving, caring, philanthropy. So definitely hats off to her. And Jeff, you were biking earlier today. So I was wondering, obviously that's something you do to stay well, right?
100%.
What else do you do? What else do you do? Tell us, how do
ride.
people stay well? How do you do it?
Yeah, I hike a lot. I ride a lot, and I train a little bit in the gym, but not as much anymore. But a couple days a week. But yeah, I really find that riding my bike outside and inside really does help burn off the old endorphins, and I feel that I feel healthy after I work out. I think that's because I've done it my whole life. Really, I've been doing it since I was 17, 18 years old, or as a kid playing sports, all that stuff. And so I think that that's basically how I quit drinking. I just ran every night. And rather than going out and drinking, I just would run. But anyway, I think I'll touch quickly on mental health on pro sports, because basically,
yes, please do.
I think that so there's so much pressure on you especially if you're a goal scorer, or if you're the guy relied on as a quarterback, or whatever it is. And I know for my own self that you have pressure from the team, your coaches, the fans, the media, And so I think what happens is a lot of guys basically put so much mental pressure on themselves, they figure out a way to get through it to perform, because psychology, you know, I know from my career that basically, you know, Russ and I both, Russ actually first found the book, and then I read it probably 10 times, called The Power of Your Subconscious Mind, which basically I figured out from early on in my career in Boston, because we had a sports psychologist there, which was really interesting. But I figured out early that if you think you're going to score or you think you're going to win, you'll win or you'll score. But if you think you're going to lose or that you're going to fail, you'll fail. So I've taken that attitude in life and everything that I do. I learned in 1985, I think, you know, Harry Sinden was a general manager of the Boston Bruins. I was on a team, I was young, I was 22 years old, and I was playing with a lot of older guys. And I remember Harry Sinden coming in going, hey guys, this Friday after practice, the sports psychologist will be in the wives room. If any of you want to go in there and listen to him and do it. So I was the only guy who showed up. On Saturday, I scored 2 goals because he put me through this all visual imagery and all this stuff. And I was like, oh my God. So then the next week, I think there was 2 of us. And then I just went on this tear where I just started scoring and just started playing better. And it was because I was doing all these different things with relaxation, visual imagery, and basically watching and having positive thoughts. And so then all of a sudden my career just took off. And so whenever I would go into slumps, I would just read that book, The Power of Your Subconscious Mind. So anyway, I think that the problem is with sports and athletes is when your career's over, because you've put so much pressure on performance and basically dealing with all your issues mentally, that when your career's over, you have nothing but all those things. So I look at it, for me, it was alcohol, is that because we drank lots when I played. You know, these kids now, they don't drink, at least from what I've heard. But you know what? We all drank beer like crazy. So anyways, I think that what happens is when your career's over, which is where you really see a lot of guys start to suffer. And they basically don't realize they have all the mental health issues going on, and they self-medicate with whatever it is that they do. And it basically takes them down a spiral, because you miss the game, you miss all the guys you played with, you miss the competition. And then, you know, I mean, I've got guys that I played with now that are going through stuff. And it's because they've managed it for the last 20 years, but now it's starting to really affect their lives. And I think that that's not just in sports. I think that that's the same for a lot of people.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I could really identify with that with a lot of people I know as well. And I think that's why it's so wonderful that you've ignited, both of you, the Courtnall Society. It really brings a lot of purpose, right, in your lives and going forward. And sure, sports careers are over. Yes, those were important, but now what's important, and looking forward to the future, which is very exciting, I imagine.
Yeah.
I think it is.
Yeah.
I mean, it's, you know, we always have people that have been amazingly successful in life and very fortunate that want to help us. And so it's just, I feel part of our duty as, you know, citizens of Canada and BC, I think, is to try to help anyone and everyone that we can.
Yeah,
I agree.
definitely.
For
So
sure.
good. Well, I'm happy you're doing this and helping the community and have created this society to, I really see it as a really nice society that will streamline everything. You got some employees, things are organized, and
Yeah.
now you can make an even bigger impact, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Absolutely.
They're actually organized now.
Well, they're telling Jeff and I what we need to do. So they're keeping us, you know, keeping us going on getting out there and raising the funds. And, but it's just, like Jeff said, it's truly an honor, and it's great. I'm so happy we started the society up again, and that we're on the path to helping as many people as we can. And I always say, raising money is not easy. There's so many great charities out there, as you know, and like you're raising money for yourselves, and it's a great cause, and there's so many great causes, but it's just, being significant enough to get the funds in that are needed, and then getting them to where they need to go. And that's really, we're custodians is really what, to help as many people as we can. So, and like Jeff said, I think that's just, we have to thank our parents for that, because they brought us up to share and help others when we were kids. I mean, that's just the way we were. They put it this way. I used to wear Russ and Jeff's hockey equipment as it was passed along. And our dad went out one time, I'll never forget, and bought a brand new set of hockey gear, like that was sort of my size or probably Russell's size. And we're going, this is great. He goes, that's not for you boys. That's for a player on Russell's team who couldn't afford to play and his parents couldn't afford to buy equipment. So he bought that boy equipment from him, well, from us. And we didn't, we used the old stuff. So it was quite cute, but a true story.
Yeah, what a great man. Oh, such a legacy. Oh, wow.
Yeah.
So as we close off, it's been so wonderful to chat with you both, but I was wondering, I would love, Jeff, for you to start with a message you can have to our viewers who may be struggling or are seeking support themselves or for a loved one. Would you be able to share something?
Yeah, I think, to all your people who are in your society and supporting your society, the message that I have is, I think that find it in your heart to basically go out of your way, no matter what's happened, to help that person in your life get medical help. I think so many people don't help people get the right treatment. And I think that's where the big empty hole is right now.
Yeah. What about you, Bruce? Do you have a message for our viewers?
I do. I always state that, you're not alone, and there's so many people who are struggling and going through different things in their lives. And it's so imperative that you reach out. Don't go inward, talk to someone, friends, family, your doctor, obviously, and get the help that you need, because it's there. And it's just, like Jeff said, some people may know that someone's struggling and aren't willing to interfere or help. But the person that's actually struggling, if they can do it, is reach out and get the help that they need. And don't let it fester inside of you and get worse and worse and worse. Because like Jeff said, we don't want to, if we can save one life, which we feel we have as the Arch Cones, but if we can save one life and someone to not go through what we went through, then we think it's all worth it. And it helps there.
Yeah.
Helps
and nobody should suffer in silence or have to. No one's alone. I love that message. And I always say to people, there's always help and there's always hope. And I really feel that deep down in my heart when I hear other people's stories, when I think of mine in a time when tragedy hit and there was no hope, it felt like, because I felt like I was alone, but I wasn't.
That's right.
I just didn't reach out to family and friends. And so I'm one of the lucky ones who made it through, and there's many who don't. But thank you for all you do for steering people onto the right path, providing them resources and a place to go at the Archie Courtnall Center. And you're going to make such a bigger impact with all of your connections and people who want to help you. And I'm very proud of both of you. This means a lot to a lot of people.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Yes, well, thank you very much for the interview, and we're very proud of you for all the work you do. I think that your cause is amazing, and telling your story obviously has probably helped lots of people.
Thank you so much. It's very humbling, and I gotta say, every time I share my story, I get a little piece of my heart back, it feels like, even after
Good for you.
18 years, so thank you. So thank you, Bruce and Jeff, and thank you everybody for watching our showcase video today. You can donate on this page just above, and you can see the little green buttons. We really hope that you will continue to join us for this video, for the remainder, and also for the live stream with me at 3 p.m. to 4 p.m., where I will be sharing our toolkit programs for students and also so many other things, answering questions and just going live for an hour. So I hope I do okay. All right, so thank you everybody, and hope you're having a wonderful day. Hi, everybody. This is Andrea Paquette, president and co-founder of the Stigma-Free Society. I just want to welcome everybody to this special episode where I'm interviewing Dr. Matthew Chow, and very excited to have you here today, Matthew, for our Stigma-Free Faces fundraiser. So welcome.
Hi there.
Hi. So I thought what I could do, Matthew, is just share a little bit about your bio and talk about your role at TELUS and some of the work that you've done in the area of mental health. Sound good?
Great.
All right, perfect. So Dr. Matthew Chow is an experienced leader, clinician, and innovator. He served as president of Doctors of British Columbia in 2021, leading physicians through the challenges of the global pandemic, mass immunization campaign, and multiple climate-related disasters. Dr. Chow is a clinical specialist in child and youth mental health and has recently joined the TELUS Consumer Health team to lead an innovative program delivering mental health services across Canada. So that is quite an amazing bio. And I just thought what we could lead off with is really talking about what drives your passion for the working in the field of mental health?
Well, I like to think that there is no health without mental health, right? That mental health is just a fundamentally important part of our well-being around our health. And so if we're not addressing mental health needs, then we're not truly addressing people's health. And that's something that really drives me is making sure that we treat mental health illness and mental health wellness just as seriously as we treat everything else about our well-being.
Definitely really important, as our physical health and mental health are so deeply connected. And I think sometimes we forget about that, right? Definitely.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Mind and body are linked. Physical and mental health are completely linked, and you really cannot have one without the other.
Yes, definitely. So why do you believe it's important to focus on mental health in the context of large-scale world events like the pandemic?
Well, what we've certainly learned over the past 2+ years is that that there are impacts from the pandemic that go far beyond what the actual virus does, and a lot of those impacts are mental health related. We saw a disproportionate impact on young people. We saw a disproportionate impact on women, on people with families, on people with precarious housing or precarious work environments. And that has had a huge impact on people's mental health. We've also seen that people's coping behaviors have evolved over time, and some of those coping behaviors have not been healthy. We've seen people drinking more. We've seen people using drugs more. And in Canada, we've seen a record number of people actually die from drug overdoses. And in places like British Columbia, where I'm from, 6 to 7 people per day are dying from drug overdoses, which actually exceeds the death toll from COVID-19.
So when you think of youth and you mentioned the impact from the pandemic, I was just curious, what kind of challenges are you seeing out there? Like, I know you said problems with coping, substance use. What else is happening out there so other people can get a very clear idea of the issues of the day?
Yeah, so right now I'm hearing a lot from youth about the disruption that this whole experience has had on their lives, a disruption in like really important rituals like graduation, the end of school, gathering with their colleagues, gathering with friends and family, big major milestones in their lives, getting married. Those have been profoundly disrupted, and that's had an adverse impact on people's well-being and on their health. There's also been an impact on people's opportunities, schooling that has been missed out on, in-person opportunities for education that have been missed out on, jobs that have been missed out on. We certainly saw during the pandemic, especially during the opening phases, that there was a disproportionate number of young people that actually lost their jobs. They were more likely to be in seasonal jobs or jobs that were more precarious. And so that all of that has had an impact on young people, in addition to what I spoke about with mental health.
Wow, definitely some major challenges. Why it's so important, the work of TELUS and the stigma-free society and reaching out to young people and trying to alleviate some of these challenges. But before we jump into that, I wanted to talk a little bit about stigma. And so the Stigma-Free Society, we focus on various stigmas and conversations, but we do have a focus mainly on mental health. When it comes to mental health and stigma and the work that you do you think we have a lot of work to do? Have we come a long way? And what are your observations around that?
Yeah, so I mean, I've personally experienced mental health issues in my life, and I can see that stigma is both very real and very present, but also changing over time. And I'm gratified to see that groups like yours, my fellow clinicians, and society at large is really fighting back against stigma, and it's making a difference. But I can tell you, when I was experiencing, concerns of my own, I really hesitated to reach out. I was really worried about what people would think about me. I was worried about what my family would think about me. It was really hard to take that first step. And sometimes I hear from people even today that it continues to be difficult, that there continues to be some stigma. At the same time, and I think this is really positive, I'm hearing more and more people reaching out. I'm hearing more and more people talking about their own stories. I'm hearing celebrities, politicians, leaders talking about their own mental health struggles. And to that, to me, that is huge. That's absolutely huge, because it normalizes it. It helps people understand that they're not alone. And ultimately, I believe it saves lives. Overcoming stigma saves lives.
Definitely. And it's that connection that we have with other people, with being authentic and transparent. And it's not easy. Like, I have bipolar disorder myself. And for my personal experience back in 2005, when I was first diagnosed, it was quite a different story than it is today. But I think we still have a lot of work to do, don't you think?
Absolutely. As much as I've seen great progress, there are also things that I see that continue to worry me around, how it's still easier to talk about, let's say, like a physical health issue like cancer than it is to deal with mental illness and to talk about mental illness. And even I would say within the healthcare professions, I'm ashamed to say that there continues to be some barriers and stigma around addressing mental health issues in the healthcare setting, and even amongst healthcare workers themselves. There's sometimes this perception that, healthcare workers are supposed to be stoic, they're supposed to be heroic, and they're not supposed to have mental health issues. But that's, of course, we know is not true, because healthcare workers are people, and people experience mental health difficulties, and that's normal.
Thank you so much for sharing a part of your story so candidly. I think it's very hard for professionals, whether it's medical, lawyers, politicians, people with influence, business people, but for anybody as well. But yeah, I really appreciate you sharing that piece. And is that something you do often?
Yeah, it's actually part of my I'd say it's actually part of my personal style to show my own vulnerability, because I think it's important to demonstrate that. It's important to demonstrate that even, a healthcare leader such as myself, a clinician, a person that led during the pandemic, I have my tough moments. I have my times when I need help. I have times when I need to reach out for support, and that is normal to have that. And so, yes, absolutely. I try to share that as much as possible, so that, quite frankly, other people don't have to go through some of the things that I did. I want it, and I really believe in this. I believe passionately in making things easier for the generations coming after me. Making it easier so that people don't have to go through those struggles.
Yeah. Yeah, because people should never suffer in silence. If we find connection with each other, then there is hope, isn't there?
Absolutely.
Definitely.
We do it for so many other things, when
Mhm.
when people when kids break their arm and they're in a cast, everyone signs their cast. When people have cancer, we have Run for the Cure, we have like cycling events, we have yellow ribbons, and so everyone rallies around that person to support them, and we should do the same for mental health.
Definitely. So how do you feel we can reduce stigma, doctor? What can we do? Like, say, the everyday person, are there things, kind of actions, and how can we create a stigma-free world?
I think one of the most important things we can do is talk about mental health. Talk about it just like any other topic that we talk about. Have it out in the open. Uh, Discuss things like depression and anxiety and bipolar disorder and schizophrenia. Talk about substance use, right? Not to have that in the shadows, not to have the stigma and barriers around it, but actually to openly talk about that. And I think it's really important for leaders, I think, to step up and talk about their own personal struggles, because again, that shows vulnerability, it shows courage, and it's a powerful example. But I think just for people even not in leadership roles, regular folks, I think it's important to just make it part of our normal day-to-day conversation that we talk about mental health and we ask about each other's mental health and we support one another's mental health.
Beautifully said. Yes, definitely. There's something that everybody can do to take action against stigma. And I'm here thinking how wonderful it is to talk to you today about all of these things, especially a doctor. I've never met a doctor in my entire life who has admitted to struggling with mental health issues. And I bet you there are many out there. So I feel like you're a real pillar of inspiration. So thank you. So
Well,
let's talk Ellis.
I can certainly share with you, that from my
Yeah.
leadership role in medicine, there are absolutely doctors that experience mental health issues. It's actually more common than you think. And again, it's
Yeah.
because doctors are people. Now, healthcare workers are simply people, and people have mental health issues. And so doctors and doctors and healthcare workers have mental health issues. And we need to get that out there. That is not a weakness for us to admit to that. I think it's a strength. It's courageous to talk about that.
Yeah, we are all human, definitely. Thank you. Let's talk about TELUS. Very interested. TELUS has been a supporter of the Stigma-Free Society for many years. That is how we ended up getting this interview with you. And I was wondering if you could talk about the consumer health team with TELUS, how you got involved and what you do there.
Yeah. So, I'm really excited to be in this role. The consumer health division, they're responsible for the MyCare app that many Canadians know and love. This is the app that people download so that they can have access to a multitude of different healthcare professionals. And for a while, sort of its claim to fame was access to family doctors, access to primary care through that app. But something that I think fewer people know about, and we want more people to know about, is that there's also mental health services through that app. And we want to make it that easy. Again, as someone that has personally experienced mental health difficulties, I remember how hard that first step of reaching out was. And I really wish that it had been as easy as simply, like picking up my phone or downloading an app or, selecting that, I wanted to talk to someone about mental health issues. It really should be that easy. And that's what consumer health is doing with TELUS, is trying to make healthcare more accessible, trying to make the experience of accessing healthcare more humanizing, something that fits into your life, as opposed to what I think traditionally is that, patients have told me that there are all sorts of barriers, unfortunately. And we're actually breaking down those barriers. So I've joined the consumer health team to really bring leadership and strategy and vision around mental health services, and we're really excited to grow that service.
Amazing. So with the app TELUS MyCare, can you tell me a little bit about it? I don't think some people out there may not have heard about it. How do they access it? What kind of services are available? Would you be able to give us a little bit of an outline?
Sure. I'm happy to give a little bit of a rundown around MyCare. So MyCare is essentially an app that you can download for your Android phone or your iPhone, from the Google Play Store, from the App Store. You get it on your phone and you sign on, and then you are able to access, a number of different types of professionals, healthcare professionals through the app. You can access family doctors, you can access dietitians, you can access clinical counselors, psychologists, nurses and nurse practitioners. So really a neat way to access healthcare for people. The physicians, the doctors that are on the app are actually provincially funded. They're actually funded through the public healthcare system. And then people like the dietitians and the clinical counselors, people are having to pay a cost for that. And that's often reimbursed actually through people's third-party medical or their employer insurance.
What kind of impact do you think TELUS is having on Canadians when it comes to helping them with their mental health?
Yeah, well, I can tell you, we've had an impact on tens of thousands of Canadians with their mental health, because those folks have accessed our service, have used our service, have benefited from counseling, have benefited from the opportunity to talk to someone about their mental health needs. So we've certainly had that direct impact in terms of service delivery. I think we've also had an impact on the conversation around mental health, because by having the mental health services side by side with primary care, side by side with physical health services on the same app, I think it's really finding example to people that physical and mental health really are equal. They really are equally important, and they really should be side by side, in fact, together. Because again, there is no health without mental health. So we've provided direct service delivery for people for their mental health issues. We've changed the conversation around mental health. We're providing an example of how mental health care can be delivered side by side, integrated into physical health. And I think we're also we're really opening up the conversation in Canada around mental health.
Amazing. And I see that you have, you're a specialist in child and youth mental health, and that is a focus for the Stigma-Free Society, for our student mental health toolkits and the work that we do to reach the young people. And so I was wondering, why do you have a passion in this particular area? And is TELUS doing anything specifically for youth mental health at this time?
Yeah, so I mean, my personal passion around that is because when I first started experiencing some mental health challenges, I was young, as a teenager. And I know that that's true for a lot of people that experience mental health challenges, is that it starts when they're young. 75% of people that experience mental health issues actually experience it, when they're younger, and then it continues on into their adulthood. So intervening for folks, helping folks when they're young is absolutely imperative, absolutely makes clinical sense. And it fits into sort of the history and the course of mental health problems. And it's just so rewarding to make an impact for a young person, right? To really change the course of their life by helping them when they're still young, helping them when they're still finding themselves, helping them when they're still in school, figuring out what they want to do with their life, and figure out what kind of job they want and what kind of partner they want and relationships they want. To be able to help them in those fundamental moments is so rewarding. And in terms of sort of what TELUS is doing, with youth, again, we're really getting into the healthcare space and trying to sort of democratize healthcare and make it accessible for people. Being able to access something on an app is certainly something that appeals to the younger generation. But TELUS also makes investments in young people directly through things like its mobile health units, through investments in helping particularly vulnerable populations, such as youth, through its commitments through its foundation, and also really concrete, tangible things like, for example, providing cell phones, providing access to the internet for vulnerable youth. Is sort of a very meaningful, concrete contribution that TELUS makes towards young people.
Definitely. And I know that TELUS gets a lot of applications from mental health charities and organizations, and they do so much in the community to fund youth-led and youth-based programs that are so prevalent and very important. So it's wonderful to see the work that they do. So coming back to you a little bit more, as you have talked today about having experienced mental health challenges, what do you do to stay well? How do you take care of yourself? Maybe you have some advice for other people.
Yeah, well, one of the most important things I try to do is really let go. And what I mean by that is these days, especially, we are just bombarded with information constantly, bombarded with news, bombarded with, negativity, quite frankly. And so sometimes it can really feel overwhelming. It can feel like, you know, we're out of control. We're not fixing things, or, you know, there's these societal issues. And so what I've really tried to do is start to let go of a lot of that and realize that, you know, I do not have to fix everything. I do not need to control everything. I don't need to know everything. I don't need to know every tweet, every news article, and every news clip. I can actually take a step back and breathe. And especially these days, you know, in a post-pandemic environment, when people are tired, when people are experiencing burnout and fatigue, is to take the step back and realize, you know, it's just, you know, I tell people, you are enough. You are enough right now, just the way that you are. You are enough. And to really understand and appreciate that, that I think is so important. And that, you know, to also acknowledge that, you know, things get messy, people get tired, people make mistakes, people get mad at you, even when you do everything right. And to accept that that's kind of the way that things go, and that it's not your fault. That it absolutely is not your fault, that the world is the way that it is right now, and that people sometimes might treat you in a way that you don't want them to treat you. That's not your fault. And I think so when we take that step back, when we acknowledge those truths, then we can have the space to then re-engage, you know, take a breath, re-energize ourselves, rest where we need to rest, heal where we need to heal, and then re-engage, and put, you know, give our best contribution to the world.
I love that. I feel for myself as well, and many people that I talk to a lot of the time, that idea of letting go and not having to control every single thing, and to know that, yes, things get messy sometimes, and we're going to face challenges, and we are human, and that's okay.
Absolutely. And, you know,
Yeah.
and that we all collectively have the answers together. We don't have to have all the answers ourselves. If we reach out into our communities, if we listen to one another, we all have a piece of that answer.
So what if somebody is listening today who may be struggling? Perhaps they don't even want to admit that they're facing mental health challenges, or that they may have a mental illness and don't want to go and see a doctor like yourself. Do you have any words of inspiration that perhaps you could share with people?
Well, you know, to folks that are struggling right now, to people that are feeling alone, and feeling like they cannot go on, you know, my words to you, my message to you is, you are not alone. You are not alone. There are other people struggling like you. There are other people who, you know, look put together, but deep down inside they're hurting. You know, they have been harmed by this experience of the last 2 years. You know, that they've been harmed by the buildup of the stress and emotion and burnout and fatigue over the past few years. So you are not alone. And also that, you know, that you are enough as you are right now, that you are where you are right now. And that it's okay to be feeling bad. It's okay to be feeling vulnerable, and that reaching out and admitting that you're having these difficulties is not a sign of weakness. Reaching out and admitting that you're having difficulty is not a sign of weakness or lack of courage. In fact, it's actually a profound show of courage, especially when we still have, you know, lingering stigma in society. And so again, my message to folks is, you are enough. You are not alone. There is help. You know, there's people like me and many, many more people like me out there that are reaching out and want to help you, and have been through some of these struggles, have been in your shoes, and want to help you, and expect that you can get better and be feeling back to your regular self.
That's one of the Stigma-Free Society's message, is that there is always hope and there is always help. And I think that you have really said it all. Amazing. Thank you so much. Okay, Dr. Chow, thank you so much for joining us today and being a part of our fundraiser. It's been amazing getting to know you, and I hope we can stay in touch. And I just wanted to show my appreciation. So thank you very, very much. And we're going to just simply ask people to donate. On this landing page right above, you will see a please donate here link in green. And if you wish to donate to the Stigma-Free Society, that would be absolutely wonderful. We'll be showing an array of different interviews today. We'll also be sharing stories of people with lived experience of mental health and addictions. And so coming from the people who have the lived experience to share their stories is really what the Stigma-Free Society is about, by empowering people to share those stories to help inspire other people. So I hope that you will donate today. Please check out the rest of the interviews and the stories and the live stream coming on at 3 p.m. with myself. So thank you so much, Dr. Chow, and I hope you have a lovely day.
To you as well.
Okay, bye.
Hello, my name is Elisa Merchant. I'm a student from Quest University, Canada, and I use she, her pronouns. Today, I'm going to be talking about my experience with mental illness and how I have come to find healing practices that have worked for me. I suffer from anxiety, and I also have dyslexia. Growing up, I always believed that having a mental illness makes you different, and that was because people around me sort of always felt like, oh, but no, mental illness isn't like a real thing, it's not as intense as physical illness. And I think that's something that imprinted in my head really early on, that, oh, this is not valid. But as I grew up and felt anxiety and had experiences of my own, and also learned more, I realized that having mental illness is completely valid, and it is hard, and you're extremely brave for fighting it. I think a specific incident that I would maybe talk about is just like transitioning and being a university student and coming to university and feeling super anxious and having my first major panic attack, and thinking to myself that, no, why are you feeling this way? All the other kids don't feel this way. This is university. You're supposed to have fun. But then I realized that was valid. It was a new environment, a new place, and it was just like different. So I think it's really important for us to think about like a higher self and just try to take things one day at a time. My number one message would be to reach out. Having a mental illness can be really exhausting sometimes, because it can feel like you're fighting a constant fight, and you might be. So I think it's super important to understand that you need to reach out and do whatever is best for you, and be super kind to yourself and treat yourself the way you would treat other people. Give yourself that chance and the benefit of the doubt, and be understanding that it's okay, this situation's hard, and that you're doing your best. It's also important to take it one day at a time, because sometimes it can feel like, oh, it's all like falling apart, everything's going wrong. So I think it's just really important to do that. And I think keep having these conversations around mental health is the best thing you can do to destigmatize it. I have understood that my feelings and emotions are super valid, and so are yours. So let's destigmatize mental health together.
Hello everyone, I'm Ananya and I'm 21 years old, and I'm an international student from India, and I work part-time in care homes and do volunteer for my recreation. My mental health awareness journey started when I was in 10th grade, and lot of prizes and then I dropped down by losing job and self-harming myself. My family and I decided to send me to Canada and to learn more about my brain, and that's why I chose psychology, because we have a lot of stigma in India. Not now, they are still developing, but it was at that time. And after 2 years, they decided I recently had a behavior and I got diagnosed with bipolar and anxiety, and I was hospitalized for a month or so. It is very hard.
Hi everyone, my name is Bhavya and I go by she, her pronouns. I am currently a writer and I have a book coming out very soon on a collection of different life stories. Previously, I was working as a data analyst in Washington, D.C., and I will be attending law school this fall. In terms of mental health, I have previously experienced sexual assault, which did lead to me developing severe anxiety. It is something that I masked very well, but I have learned ways to cope with it and kind of fight my own demons. In terms of ways that I've learned to cope with my own battles, I am very much an intrinsic person. So for me, meditating, looking within, writing, working out, and kind of just being in my own headspace, and thinking about why I think certain ways or why my brain is going to a different direction is something that really helped me. That being said, I would like to make the point that mental health and how you cope with mental health can look different for everybody. For some people, going to a therapist is much needed. For others, going to a psychiatrist and getting medication is needed. For some other people, like me, doing intrinsic activities and looking within is something that is super helpful. The main point here is that no matter how you decide to cope with your mental health, and this is something that's not just for sick people, it's for everybody. No matter how you decide to cope with it, the main thing is to not judge anybody for what they're going through or judge yourself for what you might be going through. And it's super important to meet everybody with a blank slate because you never know what anybody is going through. Everyone has problems. Some problems might be deeper than other problems, but regardless, everybody is going through something and fighting through their own battles, no matter how big or small it is. So please make sure that you don't judge anyone the moment you meet them for what they may be doing or what they may not be doing, especially in the realm of how they're taking care of their mental health. The last thing that I will leave everyone with is, I know this is easier said than done, but really take time to work on loving yourself. Like I said, easier said than done, but whatever it takes to get you to look in the mirror and accept who you are and all your flaws, do what you need to do. Whether it's affirmations, taking on activities that help you discover yourself, spending more time with friends, or even cleaning out the toxic environment around you. Whatever it takes, make sure you take those steps. The first step in all of this is just realizing that you need help, or that you realize that maybe you don't love yourself as much as you should. And those realizations will help you go on a lifelong journey and, work on those things as well. That's all from me. So hope you guys take away that you shouldn't judge anybody and take time to love yourself. And that's it. Thank you guys for having me on here.
Hi, my name is Caitlin Mallor-Callaghan, and my pronouns are she, her, or they, them. I currently reside on Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh Nation territory, which is also so-called Vancouver. I'm a photographer, writer, wellness guide, public speaker, and environmentalist. I'm also an autistic queer who has lived with PTSD as well as different disabilities such as autoimmune disorders and spinal injury. And Depression and anxiety are things that I have lived with for most of my life. The earliest age I remember contemplating ending my life was at 7 years old. And so this is something that's really been through my whole life. And I really never felt like I fit in anywhere. I didn't fit in when I was going to school, and I was told a lot of the time that I was too emotional, too sensitive, too hard to handle, too much of something. And I experienced a lot of stigma around my mental health, around ableism, around fat phobia, and I even had to unlearn those within myself because I was taught them by the people around me and how they treated me and the society as a whole. And I spent a lot of years feeling like I wasn't worthy, I wasn't enough, I wasn't lovable. And that continued to perpetuate the depression and the anxiety I felt and how I showed up in the world. But I was privileged to have access to mental health professionals and counselors who helped me to work with and through past trauma and to work on healing that part of myself and build self-care and self-love and self-acceptance. And that's really what changed everything, was learning that I'm worthy and I'm enough exactly as I am, and to have that self-care and build that into my daily world. And so it allowed me to start to show up authentically as I am. And by doing that, I started to invite other people around me who also loved me unconditionally and supported me and wanted to continue to celebrate me as who I am and who I will continue to grow to be through different personal growth work. And I'm here to tell you that you are worthy and you are special and you are enough exactly as you are. And I encourage you to continue to show up in the world and be your unapologetic self. And of course, if it's safe to do so, but continue to show up and to live as who you are, because the world needs more people being their unique selves and celebrating that parts of themselves. And I really want to say that if no one's ever said it to you before, that you are special and you have unique gifts to bring the world. Continue to shine your light.
Hi, my name is Carrie Cantwell. I am 47 years old and I am an artist and a writer. So I grew up with a dad who had bipolar disorder. And because of his mental illness, his moods could be very unpredictable. They often scared me, and I sometimes felt like he didn't love me. Then later in life, when I myself was diagnosed bipolar, I learned more about mental illness. I came to realize that my dad's mental illness was neither his fault nor mine. It didn't make him a bad person. It just meant that he was sick and he needed help. I learned and realized about my own mental illness that it was not my fault and it was nothing to be ashamed of. It was just a part of who I am. For years, I kind of stigmatized myself. I was afraid to tell friends and coworkers about my bipolar disorder. So for some weird reason, I was kind of ashamed of it, even though I knew that it was not my fault. But I have now learned to accept my mental illness and myself. And through accepting my diagnosis, it's helped me learn to love myself more. I want to share with you some important things to remember. Mental illness is nothing to be ashamed of. Mental illness is not your fault. Try your best to love and accept yourself for who you are. Never be afraid to reach out for help because you are not alone. Thank you. My name is Carrie Cantwell.
Hi there. My name is Danae Dick, and I use the pronouns she and her. I'm currently a content creator and support group facilitator at the Stigma-Free Society, and I also work part-time at the University of Victoria. Today, I want to share a bit about my own wellness journey. I had my most profound reckoning with mental health as a young adult. I was 24 years old and in the second year of my English PhD program. I was working my guts out, and it seemed like that was paying off because I'd had some pretty good successes. But I was also struggling with a lot of anxiety about my work and feeling quite conflicted and upset about a number of things in my personal life. And then things deteriorated to the point where I absolutely hit the wall. And for a short time, I really lost my grip on reality. I had battled anxiety and depression in previous years, but this felt like a whole new ballgame. I had to take about 6 months off from my academic program, and for a while, the question of whether I could return was very much up for debate. Ultimately, I did go back to school. I finished my degree, and I did a lot of the things that I had hoped and planned. But I don't think that's the real success story. My real success came from doing some very hard work around self-acceptance. There's a lot of stigma out there about mental health challenges, and I had a tendency to internalize this stigma. I can remember thinking to myself something like, I must be a weak and inferior person. I try so hard to take care of myself and do all the right things, but I'm still struggling. So at some fundamental level, I just must not be good enough. One of the things that helped me to shift my thinking was connecting with the women's peer support group that I now have the privilege of leading. Listening to other people share about their experiences with mental health and finding strength and hope within this community brought home to me some simple but important points. 1, I was not alone. 2, everyone's journey looks different. More often than I'd like to admit, I still get stuck in what I call the spiral of self-doubt. But I'm learning to see that the kind of care and compassion that I would show to my best friend if they were struggling is a gift that I can give to myself too. Another thing that really helps me on my wellness journey is keeping an eye on my core values and the things that make life meaningful to me. Practices like journaling, meditation, gratitude, and spending time in nature help me to recover balance and perspective. I've never found a perfect remedy, but activities like these help me to stop running from the things that cause me distress and start running toward the things I really care about. I want to close with 2 final thoughts. The first is that reaching out for help is a sign of strength, not a sign of weakness. We really are stronger when we choose to live in community. And the second is that even though we all have to contend with forces beyond our control, we still have a lot of power in how we choose to tell our own stories. Thanks for listening. Take care.
Hi, my name's Dom. My pronouns are she and they. I'm 24 years old, and I currently am in the circus arts industry as an acrobat, but things are so up in the air right now. I also have a math degree and have worked in business in the past. So I guess with regards to mental health, I really didn't know anything when I was younger. I started suffering from an eating disorder when I was 13, but didn't realize that along with that there was a lot of anxiety and a bit of depression. I didn't understand that mental illness could show up in different ways. I didn't even know that anxiety disorder was a disorder. So when I got diagnosed when I was 17, I actually laughed because I thought my doctor was joking because I didn't know it was real. Once I got more educated and I got a few different diagnoses, I'm now diagnosed with borderline personality disorder and obsessive compulsive personality disorder, and an eating disorder as well. And I definitely face a lot of stigma just because I think part of it is just the word personality disorder seems to scare people, or I've had people think I'm too old to have an eating disorder, and I guess it's tough because it really started to internalize in me. I started feeling like a bad person or feeling like I was too old and I should get over my illness and stuff like that, which is just totally not how anything works. It did take a little while to find a good care team that really understands me and is really helpful, but I did find them. I have a really good therapist now. I have a good psychiatrist. And things are okay now, which is great. But I think if I could go back, I just wish I was more educated on everything so that I could know to recognize what I was going through. And I wish I had the courage to tell someone without them thinking that I was a bad person or dramatic or lazy or anything like that. Even now, sometimes I find it hard to share my story because I think maybe I'm being dramatic, but I know that's not true, and you just gotta keep telling yourself that all your feelings are valid and what you're going through is valid, and you deserve lots of help and lots of love. Thanks.
Hi, my name is Gabby. I am 28 years old. I am an outreach worker and community ambassador. I was diagnosed with severe depression about 2 years ago when I was in a toxic, abusive relationship. I had a lot of anxiety, panic attacks. I missed the severe depression. Except what really marked a difference for me was seeking and receiving professional support from my doctor, therapist, and spiritual leader. It's been a journey for me, and it continues to be. There are a lot of highs and lows, especially when the pandemic started. I was triggered a lot, but really having those supports helped me refocus on my mental wellness. So that marked a huge difference for me. Stigmas that I face.
Hello, my name is Jazabel. I'm a mental health advocate. I am the host of mental health podcast Becoming a Sunflower, and I am a recent graduate from the social work program at Mercy College here in the States where I grew up. My experience with mental health started very early. I grew up in a Hispanic household where mental health wasn't talked about often. And when I was going through anxiety, through depression, through PTSD because of childhood traumas, no one in my family was able to understand what it was that was going on, and so it made it hard for me to understand it for myself. So through doctor's appointments, through doing research of my own, I've been able to kind of understand my condition a lot better and treat it. At first, it definitely wasn't easy. It was very hard, especially not knowing what's going on with you. You know, it kind of makes you feel like, you know, you're crazy, and other people around you look at you like you're crazy as well. And so it wasn't until recently that I started therapy, and therapy actually helped a lot in being able to understand myself, being able to understand how my environment influenced me, how everything in my life has influenced me. And I've learned that self-care, I've learned that learning to breathe, I've learned that writing out my problems, talking about my problems has been the most beneficial treatment for myself, especially using my voice to kind of talk about the things that I wasn't talking about before. You know, when you bottle these things up, it gets really, really hard, and eventually you get to a point where you can't take any more in. And so I've learned through speaking, through the podcast, with friends, with family, with my therapist, and even using my Instagram platform to raise awareness for mental health has been the most beneficial factors in recovery and in healing, and I think that the more that I continue on with that, the more that I'm going to grow as a person, and treat my mental health a lot better. But I've also realized that healing is a lifestyle. It's not something that happens overnight. It's not something that gets fixed with one therapy session. It's definitely a work in progress. So my message to everyone watching this video is to just find an outlet that works for you, something that makes you feel good. Whether therapy is not good for you, maybe you're very talented and you're good at music, go pursue that, or do it for fun. And just use your voice as much as you can and speak up for yourself, and pretty much keep on believing that things will get better, because they do. So I thank you for watching this video, and I wish all greatness and mental health for all.
Hi, everybody. This is Andrea Paquette, co-founder and president of Stigma-Free Society. Thank you so much for joining us for our Stigma-Free Society fundraiser. We are so happy to have you. And I am also happy to be joined by a longtime friend and colleague, Bruce Williams. Bruce, would you like to say hello?
Hey, everybody. Nice to see you, or nice for you to see me, or however you put that in Zoom language these days. I don't know.
Yeah, for sure. So I'm just going to start off, Bruce, by reading a little bit about your bio, and just so people can get to know you. And I'd love to talk to you today about your personal story, about your passions for mental health, and everything you've done in your past. So I'm just going to start off
Not
there.
everything, right? Not everything.
Yeah.
Certain things, just certain things. Okay.
Yeah, I'll keep things top secret. Don't worry.
Okay.
Okay. So Bruce Williams is the CEO of the Greater Victoria Chamber of Commerce and one of Vancouver Island's most recognizable faces. As a public figure and former broadcaster, he is known for his integrity, philanthropy, and unique ability to create successful partnerships and collaborations. Bruce is well known for his impeccable communication skills, his in-depth knowledge of economic development, and strong connections to leaders and decision makers have made him an effective engagement and development strategist for business. Bruce's background includes experience as a CEO, as well as diverse roles on senior management teams. He has chaired nonprofit boards and spearheaded fundraising campaigns. That is an amazing bio, Bruce, and welcome to our Stigma-Free Society fundraiser.
I always try and live up to what the bio says, so we'll see how that goes in the next couple of minutes, I guess.
For sure. I know when people read my bio, I'm always like, hey, that's enough. And then when they hear it anymore.
Yeah, it's a little embarrassing sometimes, but we try and lead by example, right?
Yeah, for sure. No, definitely you are in the community. So thank you for being here.
Thank you.
So first and foremost, I was wondering, what's been the driving force behind all the work you have accomplished in your life so far? Is there a theme or a thread or anything of that kind?
I think one of the things I've always believed in is collaboration. There are people that we all know who are very driven. They're driven by their own personal goals and by doing what's best for them and for those around them. I think I'm driven by that in some way too, but the idea of collaboration to me makes any project stronger. Cliches like we are stronger together. We are only as strong as our weakest link. And I think there is great benefit in people working together to lift each other up, to make sure that people understand what's in everyone's best interest, because what's good for one is good for all. And the idea of general overall inclusion in that kind of a process is very important to me too. And I always will point out that I do that for selfish reasons because it makes me feel good. And it also, I think in a lot of ways, creates a larger measure of success. So I really believe in that.
Yeah, you've been very collaborative with the Stigma-Free Society in the past, and I thank you for all of your efforts. But before we get into that, I just wanted you to tell me a little bit about your role as CEO of the Victoria Chamber of Commerce, and what kind of approach do you take in your work in this position?
The Chamber of Commerce, in very plain language, is the voice of business. We represent the interests of people who own or operate or manage businesses. There are challenges and opportunities every single day. The pandemic has proven that in a big way. So the Chamber works to advocate with government on all levels for things that are in the best interest of business owners, business operators, to try and make sure that government's not getting in the way, if you will. And there's also ways I know that government want to be sure that they are doing as much as they can to support business in what they do, because that's what drives our economy. That's what creates prosperity and success and safety and security for everybody. So the chamber is active in that. We also work in a means of connecting people with each other, which comes back to that connection thing, right? So we do social events where people come together and socialize and talk about business, talk about their families and their hobbies and what they're doing and the work they do in the nonprofit sector, and how, again, those connections can help those people and what they represent be a lot stronger. The chamber also, on a pure business point of view, offers discounts to its members on certain things. We also are a vehicle for many small operators to get health benefits for their family and for their employees. So being able to offer somebody employees, they might be able to say, you know, I can't pay you a whole lot of dough, but I can get you benefits, health benefits for you and your family. So making that happen through the chamber is something that we do to, again, keep those businesses safe and strong and secure to be all they can be. So that's kind of what the chamber does. And we also try as much as possible to initiate programs that are inclusive of all of our members. We are working very hard to increase our level of diversity within the organization and our membership. Historically, you know, in all honesty, all of this economy around us was built at the expense of Indigenous culture. It was not inclusive in the very beginning, and only until recent years has it become inclusive. So we're trying to show some leadership around that. And we also understand that systemic racism has been a thing. It really has. It was, I'm an older guy, and it was a very big part of my youth when I was growing up, and even as a young adult. You would see it everywhere, and it was pretty well accepted. It was seen as a form of humor. It was seen as a form of abuse. So we're trying very hard to be as inclusive as we possibly can with people who feel that they may have been marginalized in this economy, people who identify with having a disability, physical, psychological, developmental, gender bias, LGBTQ2 issues, being inclusive of all of those things, ethnicity, culturalism, English as a second language, people with communication difficulties. We're trying to do everything we can to make sure that new Canadians understand that they are welcome in our economy, and that the chamber can be sort of a conduit in making that happen. Again, not the way it was historically. You know, when this chamber was founded 160 years ago, you got to know that there was not a lot of inclusion of people who came here as immigrants for whatever reason and from whatever place. And that sort of racism is very apparent in our history in some ways. So we're trying to work as hard as we can. Recent history, that's not the case with the chamber, but we're working very hard to try and make amends for wrongs that may have been done in the past, to make it clear that we are indeed collaborative and open, and we want to do everything we can to be inclusive of all business, no matter what their origin or nature.
Yeah. It sounds like the chamber is really cultivating a stigma-free approach. And so at Stigma-Free Society, we don't only just talk about mental health. Obviously, that's a big focus for us, but also on understanding and acceptance and truly creating awareness. So I really appreciate that. So let's talk about us a little bit and the Stigma-Free Society. It's been many years since I've seen you, and I was wondering, do you remember some of the ways in which you have supported our charity?
I can recall becoming aware of you when I was still in media. And I know we're going to talk a little bit about mental health in my own life and as a priority in what I do. But I identified right away with your courage and your strength and your honesty in being what we have needed for a long time, when people, as you will hear, like me, felt that they couldn't share things. And I have seen so many people in my life that I've known personally or heard about or encountered who didn't feel that they had the ability or they would be accepted by admitting and talking about the issues that you brought forward. So to me, you opened up a lot of doors and you opened up a lot of minds.
Oh, well, thank you so much. That really touches my heart. So let's talk about your story. This isn't all about me, and there's other people out there who are sharing their voices. And I thought today would be a great place to share about Bruce Williams and mental health, and perhaps what struggles you've gone through and kind of where you are today.
I'm going to go back a long way in my own life. I grew up in a generation where I was surrounded by people who were veterans of the wars, the world wars. I was alive as a kid when there were still First World War veterans around. My grandfather was one of them. I grew up in a small town in Ontario, and on Remembrance Day, the veterans would march on the street, and as time went by, they were marching slower, and they were stooping over, and they're in wheelchairs, and you would go to a cenotaph service, and the amount of tears that were shed on those days by men, basically, who would never, under any circumstance, allow themselves to show that, involuntarily showed that emotion, which showed the inner scars from what they had gone through. And the veterans of that war would never talk about it. Never. If you ever brought it up, they'd say, I don't want to talk about that. You could tell that there were scars that they had. The Second War came along, and those were my parents' generation, are the ones who fought that war. And you would see people, my peers, had parents, again, mostly fathers, who came back as damaged goods. And that manifested itself in a whole range of behaviors, whether it was violence, domestic violence, alcohol abuse, rage, anger, things that were never managed, right? You didn't seek help for that kind of thing. You would just suck it up. That's all you would do. So as time went by, I started to recognize that. And then I would see sort of signs of how that was impacting my friends and other members of their family. There was also a facility in the little town where I grew up that at the time was called an Ontario hospital. The more colloquial term at the time was it's a mental hospital. And the people that were the wards of that organization would come to town. My family owned a bakery on the main street of this little town. They would bring them to town on certain days and bring them in a bus, and they'd walk around downtown. And I can recall looking at them and not being able to figure out what was going on. These were people who, when I look back in retrospect, probably many were on the spectrum, autism. Some of them I know for a fact were brain injured. Some were fetal alcohol, because there was a certain percentage that were Indigenous that were obviously impacted by that. And it just struck me that we're hiding these people away.
Yeah.
I mean, part of me as a little boy was frightened of them, right? Because I didn't know anything and I didn't know what to make of them, and nobody ever explained it to me. But I came to realize later in life that they were institutionalized and sequestered and put away because no one would deal with them. Nobody knew what to do. They were not, as the people of the day would say, they were not normal. And that, some part of me made me very sad. And I didn't know what to do about it. So as life went on and I got older, and then I got to eventually be a grown-up and an adult, I would see how my friends would start to manifest things in their lives that had come from their childhood, or things that had happened that were traumatic in the lives that they had chosen to live. And some who were impacted by things like a low-grade autism, or something that would have impacted, and brain injuries, things like that. So I got to the point in my life that I started to look back on it, because I was having some feelings of insecurity. I for a long time, and probably still sometimes now, have episodes of low self-esteem. I had a wonderful family, a very loving family, but in a small town, kids can be mean, and so can their parents. And there were things that I couldn't achieve on a level that others did, and for that reason, I felt that maybe I wasn't worth as much as I could be or thought I should be. So I started to have doubts about that, and it interestingly enough drove me into a career in media, where you need all the confidence in the world to stand up and be a low-grade entertainer and be who you need to be and stand in front of live crowds. And I did morning radio shows for a long time where you wrote comedy bits and did that stuff to be right there, right in your face. And despite having the confidence to do all of that, I still had very serious nagging doubts about my ability to ever achieve. I think that held me back from achieving at a higher level professionally. It kept me from being better at that job, and the subsequent jobs that I did. I eventually took it up a notch and went from radio to television. That's a whole other world. And somehow found the ability to, again, be a low-grade performer, to be on air and do research and talk to people and interview them and talk about them. But I always had self-doubts. I always thought, God, I could have done that a lot better. I should have done this. I should have done that. Television is an industry full of people who, when they go on air, the first thing they do when they're done is go back and look at themselves and watch themselves to see, how did I do? What did I do? I could never do that. I couldn't bear to look at myself. I was constantly in awe of how bad I was. And I just couldn't bring myself to do that. It eventually got to the point in my life, though, when I was in my late 30s, that it really struck home to me that I've got a problem here. There's something going on. So I did, very quietly, because that's not something you do publicly. I went to my family doctor and said, something going on here. I think I need to talk to somebody. So she sent me to see a psychologist. So I went to a psychologist for about 2 years, and we figured out that the ongoing effects of all of that self-doubt had driven me into a state of low-grade depression. So I was diagnosed with that and was given prescription drugs to take. Again, you're not telling anybody that stuff, which I took. And those sorts of medications have side effects that can sort of alter in my case, I felt that I wasn't being myself, despite the fact that I didn't really like who I was, and I felt that I could do better. So through some counseling and very serious self-analysis, I was able to take those meds out of my life and didn't have to do that. So those things have made me very aware of the people around me and what they're doing to manage their own mental health. And to bring that, zooming right up to today, I entered this position with the Chamber 3 months into the pandemic. And it became very clear to a lot of us who are in the business community and leaders in positions that the economic impact of this pandemic would pale in comparison to the mental health impact of this pandemic. So in that sense, we've been very strongly attuned to those who are silently and almost involuntarily reaching out for help. Because from a purely, aside from the whole humanitarian side of it, from the business point of view, if someone is not functioning at their maximum mental capacity and health, they are not a full person. They are not able, and I don't mean that in a bad way. I just mean that they're not capable of performing their job, which could in fact be providing them with some sense of satisfaction, but they can't do it. They just can't. They can't go to that place. They're hobbled by their own uncertainty. By their own inability to carry on and accept the burden of living the life that they're trying to live. So that affects the economy, right? We're short workers in this economy as it is. And when people cannot possibly function at their maximum capacity, that impacts all of us. Mostly those who are unable to function at that level. So from a purely practical business point of view, having people function at their best capacity of mental health is good for all of us as well as for them. So long story short, that's how I've arrived here, and I've found some very stable things in my life. We've all have ongoing uncertainties, but I have a wonderful partner. Amanda has been the love of my life. She's brought great stability and perspective. She shares her children with me and her family, and that's been a really strong balancing thing for me. So I'm in a good place, and I take example from people like you and others who have always been so strong in speaking up for things that matter. So that's a long answer to a question, but that's kind of where I've arrived.
Great. Wow, thank you so much for being so transparent, authentic, and candid. Very much appreciated, Bruce. I know
again, it's very cleansing to do that.
It is, right? And just to be yourself and not to be afraid. Why is it important for people to share their stories, Bruce?
Oh, I think for me, it's important that, for your own mental health, you tell those stories. You don't harbor that. You don't keep it inside. By showing some vulnerability, I believe it actually shows strength, right? That's the irony of that if you speak about your vulnerabilities, it shows how strong you are to deal with it. And I will always point out to people that if you want to share those challenges that you're having, you would be surprised how many people would step up with open arms to help you. So I think that people who feel like I did at one time, that you were all alone in your struggle and you have to make it all right on your own, that's pretty hard to do. You need to get the help of other people who might be the ones that can say, you know what, I know kind of what you're feeling. I don't know your exact circumstance, but if I can help you, please let me do that. Help me help you, help me learn about you, help me learn about myself. Reaching out to someone else to help them is a way that you extend your own personality, your own character, your own heart and soul. And I think that people's overall mental health maybe would be better if they did that more often. And I'm not saying that people are selfish. I'm saying that they're uncertain maybe, or they maybe like me lack the confidence to think that they can make a difference.
Yeah, definitely. definitely a lot of strength in sharing our stories. And some people aren't ready now, which is okay as well. And sometimes, you know, people do silent advocacy too, that I've seen, like we could write a blog or do something anonymous, or perhaps work on feeling at ease in public if that's what people want to do. And I think, yeah, it's a very good point. So have we evolved as a society in the last decade? Do you feel we've come a long way? Do we have more work to do? How do you feel about that?
Well, there's always more work to do, but I believe we have come a long way. Again, people like you and your organization, elected officials are addressing it. You know, we can take a look at what has happened with Indigenous people in Canada and the atrocities that have been inflicted upon them. Everything from the boundaries of the Indian Act to residential schools, to taking their ability to celebrate, taking their kids away, taking their land away, all of that stuff. That sort of systemic abuse that's been heaped onto them has created something that we now have to recognize and take the blame for. And we have come a long way, that we are doing that recognition when the Prime Minister would rise in the House of Commons and issue an official apology for residential schools. That we are going to probably see something from the Catholic Church very soon about that. So yeah, we have come a long way, and I don't think I know anybody anymore who is afraid to talk about any challenges they're having with their mental health. And certainly in my circle of friends and family, we talk about that openly. There are still some people who are in whatever frame of mind it might be, that they feel that it's being managed in a way that's too accommodating, if you will. But that's getting less and less all the time. And I think the better understanding people have of managing our collective mental health and recognizing that, it makes us all stronger. It makes our community stronger. It makes our businesses stronger and our economy stronger. I will say it again, we are only as strong as our weakest link. And I think that those who refuse to recognize mental health as a challenge have their own mental health challenges.
Yeah. Yeah. Sometimes people go into denial when they're facing the challenge themselves, right?
Yep.
Yeah. So let's talk about men and mental health. I just thought of this, and I always find it so refreshing when, you know, businessmen, men of any kind, young men come to talk about their stories, talk about their struggles. Why is it more important? Is it more important for men, like when it comes to stigma? Like I find the stigma is greater for men. Do you see that at all?
There's still a lot of testosterone out there. I think there's still a lot of men that don't understand how relieving it is to finally say, "Oh my God, I can finally talk about this."
Yeah.
And given the chance, I'll say again what I said a little while ago. It is not a sign of weakness; it's a sign of strength to step forward and have an admission of having a challenge around something that relates to your mental health, small or large, profound or non-profound. Doing that is one of the strongest things that a man can do, to be a man, if you're going to put that sort of terminology on it. There may be systemic or hereditary things in families where that's not allowed. Maybe a father or a grandfather might have been very stoic about things and didn't allow emotion. There's no crying in this house. Suck it up, get over it, move along, get over yourself. That stuff puts a stamp on you that could be very, I didn't have any of that in my life. But I have seen it around me. I still see it around me right now. And it's kind of a shame. And I hope that any who are listening to this right now that know people, men who feel that way or are experiencing that, can somehow find the means to manage that a bit better, because it'll take a lot of anger out of your life if you do that, right? I've always sort of seen, and this is just my opinion, I've seen anger as a very weak response to things. Getting angry is not the answer. It's just the easy thing to do. And getting yourself unraveled from all of that is very complicated, very difficult, and very time consuming.
Yeah, perfect. So we can tell our stories as an example of eliminating stigma, but what else can people do? Do you have any ideas for our viewers?
Keep your eyes open. Pay attention to your friends and your family. You know them best. If there are things that change, little tiny things that you can watch for, if somebody starts wearing the same clothes every day, if they suddenly stop doing things that they took joy in before, if they seem to be taking inordinate, uncalculated risks on things, if their opinions on things change drastically and seem to be opposed to what they thought before, keep an eye on those things right there, and and see if you can find a way to reach out to those people and find out if everything is in fact okay. I mean, you have to be respectful and pick the right time. It's not just a random, so yeah, what's wrong with you today? It doesn't happen that way. Be cognizant, be aware of what's going on around you with the people that you know and that you love and the people that you work with. You know, in a workplace, if you feel that there's something that's maybe gone a little bit sideways with somebody, it could be that the business owner or the HR department or a manager is the one that could better manage that, depending on the protocol of the company or the organization for whom you work. But just be aware and be aware of yourself and how you're feeling about things around you. You know, we're seeing we're recording this on May the 13th. So as of May the 13th, we are reemerging. We are coming back and doing things in person. But at those events, I'm still seeing people that are a bit tentative about taking their mask off. They're tentative about shaking hands. They want to bump elbows. They don't want to show up at all in the beginning. Nothing wrong with that. But this is all a period of adjustment. And I think some people you will find that you haven't been in touch with in person the way that you may have been before the pandemic may come back as slightly damaged goods from all of this. I think all of us took a hit in some way through all of this. And we just need to be aware of that and be cognizant of other people's comfort levels and be respectful of that. And I think just looking out for each other, it builds our own character. It gives us a reason to be proud of ourselves. We know we can help others.
That's a really good point. I think that a lot of times we forget how difficult these past 2 years have been and the fallout on people's mental health. And it is a time of adjustment, and being able to embrace understanding with each other, I think, is one of the most important things that we can do as a society. So what do you do to take care of yourself, Bruce? Like, to maintain stability, to be well? And is there any tips you can give people about mental health?
Eat well is one thing. Like I mentioned earlier, my family owned a bakery when I was a kid, so I've always sort of been comfortable around. I don't bake anymore. I had enough of that, but I'm very comfortable around food. I find food to be great therapy. Not only the therapy of eating healthy things that feeds a healthy body, but doing the process, doing the chopping and the cutting and the blending and the mixing and for me, I find that very therapeutic. Amanda and I cycle. We ride bikes. We find that very therapeutic. We walk. Amanda reads a great deal. I don't read quite as much. I tend to sort of get sunk into the Netflix program or something, just as a matter of just to turn my brain off. I stare out the window a lot. I kind of watch things happen. I watch the world around me. Where we live is near the water. Water changes all the time. To watch the life around the water, we have eagles and herons and ducks and things like that around us, and otters. I find that really grounding, to be able to just kind of stop and watch that for a while, to let the world happen in front of me in a way that I don't have to be involved with. I find that to be very therapeutic. I play very bad golf. I find that terribly therapeutic, actually. That's the fellowship of other people and being outdoors.
Yeah.
And I gave up a long time ago trying to be good at it. It's just something different, you know. It's a bit of a touch point that I started doing it when I was a kid and then left it for a while and came back to it. I do that, and I enjoy conversations with friends and family. I find that really, really interesting. I kind of like to stay in tune with what's going on in the world around me, just because of the responsibility I have to represent the chamber and in a way sort of be an interpreter of what's going on within business for media and for our members who have that outreach. So I love to talk, but I love to listen more. I find that to be really therapeutic. I also love animals. We are down to one pet now. We have lost a few over the last few years, but time spent with a pet with me is quality time. That is unconditional love. That's furry. That's warm. That's comforting, and I find that to be great therapy.
Yeah, pet therapy is the best.
Yeah, totally.
Oh, yes, I have 2 dogs myself, and I have to say, if I'm feeling low on a certain day, because yeah, I have bipolar disorder, I still have my challenges. Even people who don't have mental illness can still have their challenges, and they bring me a lot of comfort and joy as well.
Yeah,
So,
we have a policy here at the chamber. I'll
yeah.
just tell you that we're doing all these Zoom calls for all these 2 years more.
Yeah.
Every once in a while in a Zoom call, you'll hear a bark or a meow, or a cat will jump up on a table, or a bird will chirp. I will always stop the meeting and say, okay, hold it. We have a pet in the meeting. We need to meet the pet. And then very often everybody will sort of bend over like that and come up with a dog or with a cat, or a bird will perch on their shoulder or something. I find that very therapeutic, and I think other people do. It just kind of softens everybody. If you're, you might be talking about something fairly serious or challenging, but that completely lightens the mood and lifts spirits for everybody. So I think that's kind of fun.
It is. It's great. And I was just going to say, lightens the mood. Sometimes we really need that.
Yeah.
So that's perfect. So as we close off, I was just going to ask you, say if somebody's struggling out there, we have some viewers who are having a hard time. Do you have some words of inspiration or wisdom from your own personal story that you can share?
Yeah, I do. Yeah. The cliches always say a lot. You're not alone. And I say that for all the reasons we've discussed here today, but I say that because at a period of time in my life, I felt I was alone. I had a lot of friends, but I still felt alone. I wish I had understood that more earlier. I wish I didn't struggle alone with that, because I think I probably would have moved through it a lot faster and found that balance a lot sooner in my life. There's nothing to be ashamed of in this at all. I'll say again, maybe for the third time today, it's not a sign of weakness, it's a sign of strength. And showing yourself that strength that you can undertake to reach out for help or talk to someone about it, I think would be an amazing boost to your morale, to your challenge. Take that step. It's not brave, it's smart, but it does show courage in its own way too. So remember that you're not alone, and never be afraid to reach out.
That's perfect, Bruce. Thank you so much for those words of inspiration. And thank you so much for coming here today and sharing your personal story and being a part of our fundraiser. Much appreciated. So I just want to say thank you to everybody. This is one of our interviews. We hope you will stay on and also watch some of our personal stories that are inspiring about people who have faced various challenges and also embraced their triumphs. You can donate on this page at the green buttons, and we truly hope that we will have your support at the Stigma-Free Society. I hope you're enjoying our virtual event, and see you soon on to the next interview. Take care. Hi, everybody. It's Andrea again from the Stigma-Free Society, president and co-founder. Thank you so much for visiting our Stigma-Free fundraiser page. And we are very excited to be showing you inspiring stories, interviews with community members, and people that are passionate about mental health. So today I am talking to Jerry Friesen, somebody the Stigma-Free Society knows very well. So how are you doing today over there in Manitoba, Jerry?
You know, Andrea, I'm doing well, but I am eagerly awaiting spring.
I hear Manitoba is a little bit challenging right now.
Oh, it's unbelievable.
Don't worry, it always ends up coming soon. So with our patience, I know it's hard sometimes, and I know what you mean. Here in British Columbia, we got that rainy weather. So I know mental health seems to blossom a lot of the times with the nicer weather. We feel better. So I'm sure it'll come soon.
Absolutely.
Okay. So Jerry, we're going to be sharing your personal story today, and I'm not going to get into too much of a bio, as your inspiring story video shares about who you are and what you do, and really some insights about some of the challenges and triumphs that you have been through. But today I'd really like to discuss, first and foremost, how'd you get the name of the Recovering Farmer? Let's share just a little bit about that. And I think that's a good place to start.
You know, it's interesting you should ask that. I tagged myself with that name shortly after I quit farming in 2007. And I never really thought about it till I did an interview one day on the radio. And shortly after, I guess my sister heard it. She called me and she says, "What does it mean to be a recovering farmer?" And I said, "I don't know." But then I went home and I looked up recovering in the dictionary, and to recover means to return to a previous state of health, prosperity, and equanimity. And that somehow just fit for me because, of course, when I was farming, we had our challenges, and so ultimately we couldn't farm anymore. So it's a matter of returning, you know, to a previous state of prosperity. Although I sometimes jokingly say I started with nothing and I had most of it left. Health-wise, returning to a previous level of health. I mean, as you well know, Andrea, when we were struggling on the farm, I slid into that labyrinth of mental illness and struggled with that. It's an ongoing journey for me. But the one that intrigued me most was the equanimity part, because equanimity means to keep an evenness of temper even when under stress. And so that's the one I still struggle with. And my wife would say, particularly when I'm driving. So that's still a work in progress, but really that fit because I was farming. There's a certain joy in farming, but there's also so much stress involved in farming, and we see it year in and year out. You've had it in BC, particularly in the last year with fires and with your atmospheric river. We're experiencing it this year. We've had 3 years of drought, and now fields are flooded and farmers can't get out there. So there's always that ongoing stress involved in agriculture. And so that's why I call myself that.
And so you're a stress expert, I hear.
Well, I think stress expert might be building me up a little too much. How about we call it a stress specialist?
Tell me about that.
Well, actually, what happened is in 2007, actually, while we were winding down our farm, I came across an ad for volunteers for what we had in Manitoba then was a Manitoba Farm and Rural Stress Line, which in essence is a crisis line. So I got some fairly intensive counseling training and volunteered with them for a year, and then actually did some contract work for them. But what I really found is that the counseling I got really helped understand me better, understand the mental illness, mental wellness, lack of mental wellness journey I was on. And so I could understand that better, which helped me. And then so through the course of time, in 2010, actually, I started telling my own story about my journey. And just through that, took some more workshops and have really been working hard and passionately, I might add, on trying to get better mental wellness in the agricultural community.
Mm-hmm. What does that landscape look like, Jerry, in the mental health in the ag community?
Well, you know, Andrea, I often refer to work that Dr. Andrea Jones-Bitten has done at the University of Guelph. They've done surveys with farmers from across Canada, and some of those numbers are quite concerning, particularly the one where it shows that 58% of farmers would meet the criteria for an anxiety disorder, 35% would meet the criteria for a depression disorder. And quite frankly, if we're talking about that, there's those numbers, but then there's also a number of farmers out there that don't quite meet that criteria, but are still experiencing many of the same symptoms. And so it's an ongoing concern that I think needs addressing, and something certainly I know you've worked hard at. Stigma-Free Society has some excellent resources on their website. We're working hard on it in Manitoba and providing resources for farmers so that they can cope better, that they can be safer, that they can have better relationships, and ultimately a better life.
Amazing. And I was also wondering about stigma. And when it comes to rural communities, agricultural communities, do you find there's a prevalence there? What's the feeling like for us urban folks who really don't have any insight into this?
There is, although it's decreasing, Andrea, and that's because of work being done by different organizations such as yours, such as Do More Ag, who's based in Saskatchewan, but do work across Canada, work that we're doing here. all of that is bringing awareness to it, but that stigma is still there. And a case in point is the videos that I did for the Stigma-Free Society. I had some people lined up to do that. One of them in particularly has an amazing story that I think would have really resonated with a lot of farmers out there. The day of the interview, he called me and he said, you know, he was concerned, although he's open about the stuff he's gone through. He said, you know what, my farm has struggled over the last 2 years because of the drought. I'm going to have to go to the bank. And if my story becomes public, it's going to put up red flags in the banker's office. And that really struck me because I'm going, yeah, you know what, we're working on the stigma piece and trying to decrease stigma, and yet it's still there, and it still is a concern for many.
I know. It's like we can't be true to ourselves because of the fear. And it's like we do get that negative judgment, right? Because there's not only the self stigma, which appears your friend has really done well with, and then there's that pointing and judgment from other people in society. And we fear that because of repercussions. It's like when we are applying for a job, sometimes people just do not want to disclose or go public. Totally understandable. But it's sad, right? It's just unfortunate.
Incredibly sad. Yeah.
Yeah. So why is it important for you to do your work around mental health when it comes to people in your community facing struggles and challenges? Why is it important to do work in mental health? Like, what kind of benefit can we bring by eliminating stigma, providing programming? Why do you feel it's important?
You know, it's interesting you asked me that, Andrea. Someone asked me a while ago why I was so passionate about the work I do. And I had a difficult time answering that because I'm not sure. But I think a large part of that, again, is the fact that I'm on a journey. I have tried various things on my journey to try and get better. It's been a struggle at times. There are things I know that work. I see people struggling out there. And somehow when I tell my story and I see people, that helps people open up with their own stories and their own ability to start moving forward. That just provides me a sense of satisfaction, I suppose, because again, because of my own journey, because of what I witnessed, particularly I've done a lot of farm debt mediation work, and when I was able to sit with farmers around the kitchen table and talk about some of these softer issues, not the hardcore financial issues, but rather about some of the stuff that we experience when we have these challenges, it just provides such a relief for them. Because of course, as people that struggle, Andrea, we both know this, we feel alone. And one of my messages often is to people, you're not alone. There's so many others that are experiencing similar things. And so it's a matter of talking to each other, because when we talk to each other or we talk about it, we find a path forward for ourselves.
That's beautiful, Jerry. And I was also wondering about humor. Do you joke in your speeches or bring in humor or anything? I heard you do.
Actually, I do. And there's actually been times when I've been criticized for it. But I think humor, well, we know that laughing releases a certain chemical in the brain which helps relieve stress. And so that in itself is an indication that we need to laugh more. One of the things that, one of the statistics I've heard is that kids will laugh up to 400 times a day, and as adults, that can be as low as 12. And so we need to laugh more often. Here's a personal story again. When I was, shortly after I was diagnosed with anxiety and depression and was starting to recover from that, I was sitting alone in our family room watching a sitcom, and I laughed out loud. And actually, sorry, this makes me a little bit emotional. My daughter, who was probably 13 at the time, stuck her head around the corner and said, "Dad, are you okay?" And I said, "Yeah, why?" And she said, "I have never ever heard you laugh out loud before." And that just created such a profound sense of sadness in me, because I've always considered myself to be someone that has a sense of humor. I'm someone that likes to joke around. And in fact, I sometimes do it inappropriately because sometimes humor will actually cover up some lower, levels of perhaps anger, depression, sadness, whatever it may be. But humor can be a cover up for that. But absolutely, we need to laugh more.
Yeah, we do. That is like one of my favorite things to do. I think I laugh about 400 times a day myself.
Well, good for you.
Yeah. And so, Jerry, let's talk about some of the new initiatives you're working on. If you wanted to share anything about work in Manitoba, any kind of stuff you're up to.
Well, it's interesting you should ask that. It's just over a year ago, I had a call from, well, you know her, Kim. Well, you don't know her, you've seen her, Kim Moffat, who I've interviewed for the Stigma-Free Facebook Live event. Gave me a call wondering whether I would take on setting this up in Manitoba. There'd been some background, I should say what it is, the Manitoba Farmer Wellness Program, which provides for no-cost counseling to farmers and their families. There's a program such as that on Prince Edward Island, which has been there for over 10 years, I believe. Someone that we know had started it in some counties in Ontario. There had been some background work done on whether that would be feasible for Manitoba. So I got the call and I said, well, I'd only do it if she would help me. And so long story short is we started delving into this. We did some needs assessment, nothing too deep because we knew the need was there. There was really no question about that. And so long story short, Andrea, is last fall, we established a not-for-profit in Manitoba called the Manitoba Farmer Wellness Program. It's funded by farmers. It's funded by businesses that work in agriculture. Anybody who wants to donate, not dissimilar to what you do, they can donate, and that provides for this free counseling for farmers. So we're kind of doing a pilot project for 1 year right now. We're going to see how it goes. The fundraising was a huge success, much more successful than I had ever envisioned it would be, which just again underlines the fact that the need is there, right? People are willing to donate to this. Ironically, the first 3 donations we received were from farmers who saw the importance of this program, and so that's what we're working on. And now I'm in the process of really trying to build that awareness to get farmers and their families a level of comfort in what we're providing. One of the things, again, that surveys have showed over the years is the fact that farmers have often been hesitant to go seek professional help because when they do go, that psychiatrist, psychologist, counselor, therapist, whatever it may be, has no clue about the intricacies of agriculture. And whether we like it or not, agriculture is a unique culture. And again, if you look at statistics, 45% of farmers feel overwhelming stress compared to 27% in the other Canadian demographics. Not sure how they came up with those numbers, but that's what we've seen. And so there is that uniqueness about it, and farmers want to be understood when they go see that professional. And anecdotally, I've heard stories which bother me, because when people finally do want to reach out for help and then leave there feeling worse than they did when they walked in, is sad. And so we've got 4 counselors here that are available, that all have that knowledge about agriculture so that they can better help farmers and their families.
Well, it's perfect. I feel like they need to have the background in order to understand the situation, right? And as you say, agricultural has a lot of intricacies. It's a very unique way of living, and probably very difficult for an urban counterpart to understand that. So definitely love what you're doing. I think it's so vitally important that Stigma-Free, we're willing to help in any way, highlight your work, anything you need. So we're really happy to have you as part of our Stigma-Free family. And
well, and I appreciate that. I'm sorry, I interrupted you. I appreciate that. And one of the things that I often do when I do talk to other groups or to people is I know that your rural mental wellness toolkit on your website has some awesome resources. And also those video interviews that we do where people can listen to these interviews and really, again, have that aha moment going, hey, there's other people dealing with the same things I'm dealing with. They're giving me a message of hope. So I need to take that first step to a better life.
Yeah. And I think you actually even answered my last question, Jerry. You're always very psychic. In addition to that, right, and saying that people get that aha moment and then they feel like they're not alone, is there any other nuggets of wisdom or anything you would like to share with our viewers, maybe even people who may be facing some challenges right now in the agricultural communities?
You know what? And I believe it's your co-founder, Dave Richardson, who said, it's okay not to be okay. Everybody needs to be aware of that. Secondly, there is no shame in reaching out. It's in reaching out that we can make life better for ourselves. And based on my own personal journey and the journey of many other people that I visited with, I can tell you there's hope and there is relief. But it's a matter of taking that first step.
Yeah, and that first step can be so difficult, right? And then once you're over that step, perhaps things, I know for myself, things flowed, and it was like I was able to get the help that I needed personally. And I hope that for everybody else. So thank you so much, Jerry, for joining us today. After this interview, we're going to play your amazing, I believe it's a 12-minute video about your personal story and your journey and what you do, and where your sets are for the future, where you're setting your sights. So thank you so much for all you do for Stigma-Free Society. And I'm really hoping everybody can donate today. Stay around, check in whenever you can, but I highly recommend you watch Jerry's story, which is next. Thank you, everybody. Have a good day.
We're looking at an aerial view of our farm, a farm that my father started in 1966, and he built that barn. My brother Bob came along later and built that barn. And then when I wanted to move back to the farm, we built a hog barn back there across the valley. You know, it's interesting because as growing up, I never thought I'd be a farmer. But for some strange reason, after I had moved away from home after grade 12, I had a yearning to go back to the farm, and so I did. You know what? It was actually kind of exciting. It was a new life. I was young at the time. I was full of energy. I thought it was a good challenge, although I didn't realize at the time how challenging it would actually become. But yeah, it felt good. You know, this picture really warms my heart, because sometimes when I talk about the regrets of actually having gone farming, my wife Rose will very, very quickly remind me of how great it was to be able to raise our kids on the farm, and we were able to buy toys like that, and the kids had so much fun, and of course that made it fun for me as well. It's like I said to someone the other day, those 25 years of farming, they don't even seem real anymore. My name is Jerry Friesen. I'm also sometimes known as a recovering farmer. Sometimes I've been asked why I call myself a recovering farmer. Recovering means to return to a previous state of health, prosperity, and equanimity. Particularly with the equanimity piece, I still have some issues. Equanimity means to have an evenness of temper even when under stress, and so that's why I am still recovering. But here is my story of not just recovery, but also discovery. I grew up on a farm in western Manitoba, actually, on a poultry and grain farm. I guess growing up, I just never thought that I would farm. Sure, I did chores on the farm and I helped out where was needed. but it never seemed to be in my blood. But I guess I'm never quite sure, thinking back, what was actually in my blood. After grade 12, I moved away. I moved to the Red River Valley in Manitoba to work on a construction crew, did some building moving. But the benefit, or the bonus, I suppose, of moving is I met my life partner. We got married. After 2 years of marriage, I guess I felt unsettled. I'm not sure why, but there was a longing to go back to the farm. And so we just made the decision to move. In 1983, we did move back to the farm. In 2007, as the farm was winding down, I actually met a feed salesman in Winnipeg who I had gotten to know over the course of my hog farming years. And when he asked me how I was doing, I let him know that we were winding down the farm, and I made the comment to him that I had come to the conclusion I wasn't a farmer anymore. And he kind of gave me a strange look and said, "Perhaps you never were a farmer." And it kind of struck me odd, and at first was somewhat frustrating for me to hear that, but it very quickly made sense what he was saying. And I think he had realized with my involvement in what I call agricultural politics, that perhaps I was gifted in other areas, and he could understand why I would be pursuing those other interests at that time. Today, I am a conflict and stress management expert, working just south of Winnipeg, actually, out of our home here. And it was rather interesting. I quickly found that I seemed to have some natural ability to do conflict management work. But it was interesting because at the same time we were still farming. It was rather ironic that I was doing work for the Manitoba Farm Mediation Board when in fact our farm was already financially suffering as well. 1998, for example, hog prices dropped lower than they had been since 1930. In the matter of a year, all the hog producers basically in the province, probably across Canada, lost 15 years worth of equity. So in essence, we had been farming since 1983, so we had lost all the equity we had built to that point. But along with that came another interesting point in my life, and that is that I saw an ad in the Manitoba Cooperator asking for volunteers for the Manitoba Farm Enrolled Stress Line. As part of that, the people that had hired the organization that hired me asked me whether I would tell my own story. They were intimately aware of my own journey, and so that in 2010 I started talking about my own mental health journey. And in hindsight, I'm never quite sure if my mental illness started while I was farming, whether it started when I was younger, whether it's genetic, or whether it's situational. Whatever the case, in 2003, actually, I was meeting with a farm family that was experiencing financial difficulties. Myself and another person were dealing with them when suddenly I felt my heart do some interesting palpitations. I became short of breath and actually thought I was going to pass out. It did pass relatively quickly, but then it started happening more often, to the point where early in 2004, I did go see a doctor. He very quickly diagnosed me with anxiety, which he said could lead to depression, and so he put me on antidepressants. I sometimes say that was a recovery start of my journey. Discovery came much later. I did go on antidepressants. I guess just being totally unaware of what mental illness was, what impact this would have on my life. The doctor warned me that going on antidepressants, the first 6 weeks might be really tough, and in fact warned me that the depression could get worse. And so for actually 6 weeks, I found myself laying on the couch, basically in a fetal position, really not wanting to live. In fact, my wife sometimes talks about her leaving for work in the morning and being scared of what she would find when she got home. My neighbor dropped by and just out of the blue asked me, "How are you doing?" And I guess up until that point, I had fooled myself, I had fooled other people, perhaps because of the stigma, perhaps because I didn't want to talk about it. But I'd always tell people, I'm doing okay, I'm doing fine, just like we all usually do. But for some strange reason that day, I started talking about what was going on in my head, and I started verbalizing. And my neighbor sat there for probably half an hour, 45 minutes, and he listened. He normalized and validated what I was feeling. He didn't sit there provide any answers or give advice, but rather just listened. And that was one of the most valuable experiences I look back on. I look back at that as a turning point in my life, because it helped me start talking about what was going on. And so that's something I challenge people now to do too, is to talk about it when they start feeling overwhelmed with life. I also talked to Rose about how my journey had impacted her, and she made an interesting comment to me. She said, you know, it felt to her that she had been married to 4 different men in her life. And so when I explored that with her, she said, you know, we first got married, and for 2 years we had lived in married bliss, I suppose. We moved to the farm, and suddenly the farm became a priority, and so there was less of her and more of the farm. And then I got involved with my addiction issues and my mental illness, and suddenly that was a completely different person who she just as soon wouldn't have been married to. But thankfully, she didn't throw me out on my ear, but rather she supported and helped me. And then, of course, that 4th person was back to someone that she was much happier to live with, let's put it that way. When I was in my darkest times in 2004, when we were facing some significant financial issues, I was going through this depression. I was in those 6 weeks that I was laying on the couch. Absolutely, I thought of dying. Absolutely, I thought of the escape that would be. And in my twisted way of thinking, which happens when you're in the depths of depression, is that if I would die, life insurance would kick in, and at least my wife and kids wouldn't have financial worries for the rest of their lives. But no, did I ever come close? No, I didn't. Mental illness for me has become a daily journey. And I never know in the mornings when I get up what kind of day I'll have. And I know that sounds rather depressing in itself. But quite frankly, I have got to the point where I need to be very self-aware. I need to be aware of where I'm at with my emotions, with my mental health. There's certain tricks I use that are helpful for me, and different things work for different folks. I have to make sure, particularly in the winter time, that I use what I call a happy light, but is for seasonal affective disorder. I use that every morning. I have to make sure I exercise, use my treadmill every morning. I have to make sure I eat right, I sleep properly. These are all things that each little piece is helpful. Does one help more than the other? I'm never quite sure, but cumulatively, they all do help. But again, there's no guarantees, but because of how intimately I'm now aware of my own mental health, I know there are days when I'll get up and it's going to be rough. Sometimes it's for an hour, sometimes it's for half a day, and occasionally it lasts for a day. But because of where I've been, because of what I've discovered, because of what I've learned, I know that it's not going to last forever, and that I can wait for the following day and things will be better again. So to summarize where I'm at, a challenge for other folks as well, is to make sure you're self-aware. Make sure what your mental health is all about. Make sure you understand what's going on. And in doing that, you can talk to others, talk to a friend, to a family member, and even a professional if need be, because it's okay not to be okay. And there is no shame in seeking help.
Well, my name's Kim Moffat, and I live in Strathclair, Manitoba, and I work as a counselor with farm and rural people. And I also grew up on a farm in southwestern Manitoba and married a young guy from the local area who grew up and wanted to be a farmer. I was a counselor with the Manitoba Farm, Rural and Northern Support Services for 20 years. And during that time, we were also farming as well. In that capacity, I was working with farmers, with family members who were calling into the lines that were looking for information, looking for counseling, support, referrals. And at the same time, my partner and I were also farming. So we were going through a lot of the similar things that a lot of the folks that were calling into the line were struggling with. But it was, on a personal level, it was also kind of hard because there seemed to be kind of no escape. I was living it at home, but I was also, working with and helping people as they were kind of going through that same journey too. There's always something to contend with on the farm. We were always working with or working against Mother Nature. So, you could plan for the year ahead, but you never really knew what the bottom line was going to look like at the end of the year, because so many things could happen, whether it was, weather, disease in the cattle herd. I always say it was a hard way to make a living, but it was also, there was a lot of gifts and beautiful things that came with farming. But when you work on a farm, it's hard to kind of leave that farm stress behind you because it's right there in front of you. And so, like a lot of families, we couldn't get away for summer holidays because there was always baling, haying to do in the summer. And so it just felt like sometimes there was no break. And it was really hard to kind of escape the stress of the farm. We wanted to raise our kids and to have the same kind of lifestyle that we grew up with and all those benefits. And we didn't want to raise our kids in the city, and we wanted to raise them in a small rural area where, everybody knew everybody, and they would, have small classroom sizes, all of those great things. So that was a big part of why we went back to the farm, was because of our kids. And I think that was, in hindsight, a really good decision because they did get a good education, and they learned all of those rural values and farm values, hard work, learning about the cycle of life on the farm. All of those kinds of things really benefited our kids. Bovine spongiform encephalopathy, I think, is what BSE stands for. But even just hearing the word BSE I still have a emotional and physical reaction to that word, because I didn't know what it was either. And when it hit this country, and yet it had such a huge impact on our life and on the lives of so many cattle producers across Canada. As you know, the cattle market just bottomed out, and there was no market for our cattle. And so we struggled along for several years, probably 4 or 5 years after that, trying to kind of keep making our payments. And it just became harder and harder to do that. We finally decided it was time to get somebody to look at our books. And that was hard, because as farmers, it's hard to show vulnerability. And so just that simple act of going to someone and saying, this is what we've been dealing with, this is the debt we're carrying. And that was a really hard step to take. And yet I knew we needed to take that step, because I think we really needed to hear from somebody else. We went and we spoke with a farm management specialist, and I can still hear him telling us, this is not good. You're really going to have to put some kind of an exit plan in place to get out of farming. So that's what we needed to hear, and that's what we did. And it was at that point where things started shifting. Even though we got the worst news that any farmer would ever want to hear, we at least knew we had a direction and what direction we had to take. And so then we could start putting a plan in place of what did we do next, right? So the pieces started to fall into place. I was okay. I was a counselor. I had a career. Brent, he didn't know what he was going to do. His only goal in life was to be a farmer. And so that whole piece of, an existential identity crisis. Who am I if I'm not a farmer? Which I think a lot of farmers really struggle with whether they leave voluntarily or they transition off the farm and retire. It's like, who am I if I'm not out there working? And so that was a real challenging piece that we both kind of had to contend with and figure out. And eventually he found his way into going back to school and becoming a paramedic. So it seemed to take a long time, and it was hard on our family. It was hard on our relationship. It was because we didn't know where we were going. And there's that sense of feeling like you've let a lot of people down, the people that are here around you, but also the ancestors who cared for and looked after this land and passed it down through the generations. So that weight of that was a really hard one to kind of reconcile with and to grieve and to mourn the loss of the farm on so many different levels. I'm very optimistic about where we're moving in terms of being more open and accepting of people who are living with mental health problems, challenges, mental illness. Particularly, it's not something that we talk about, mental health, mental illness. In the past, we just kind of kept, if there was something going on within the family, you kept it at the farm gate. We didn't talk openly about that. I've seen over the last 20 years a gradual shift in that, where people are more open and more willing to talk about their stories. Initially, it wasn't the farmers that we were hearing from. It was more their partners, their spouses, their children who were maybe concerned about the farmer in their life. And over time, we were hearing more from farmers. And that's certainly, I think, over the last 10 years has really changed and shifted a lot, particularly because of all of the great mental health campaigns out there that have really been focusing on mental wellness and encouraging people to talk about their stories more openly. So I do have a lot of hope that we are moving in a positive direction. I think a lot of us non-farmers really take for granted where our food comes from and what it takes for it to show up on our table. Because I have that background coupled with my counseling experience, it's a way I can give back. I can stay connected with the farming community and help out other people, even though our journey in farming unfortunately came to an end. I still feel like I have something that I can share with people to help them and hopefully ensure that they can stay on the farm and stay healthy and connected with their families. I know that getting help, reaching out for help can be really hard, and for lots of different reasons. Stigma that's out there, the fear of not knowing if I reach out, if somebody's going to really hear me or understand me, the fear of judgment. And so I know what it takes to actually reach out and to ask for that help. And so I think my message would be to take a risk and to know that there's people out there who are ready to and prepared to kind of walk alongside you in this journey until you're able to kind of walk more independently, right? That there is help out there. There's healing. Healing is possible. So yeah, to just take a risk and ask for help. And if the first person isn't helpful, don't be afraid to get a second opinion or reach out to somebody else, because there will be that person that really hears you and supports you in the way that you need, that will just kind of help carry you for a little bit or get you pointed in the right direction. So not to give up.
My name is Harley Siemens. I am an egg farmer here in Manitoba. I live here on the farm with my wife, Brooklyn, and my 3 kids. I am a 4th generation egg farmer here at Siemens Farms. I farm here with my dad, Kurt. We have 1 employee here to help us. He is my brother-in-law, so it is a lot of family dynamics here at the farm. Main thing I'm passionate about is just providing good quality food for people across Canada, really, because our eggs get shipped across across the country here. And I love to make sure our barn door stays open so that we can build up that trust in different consumers, and they can understand that this is our livelihood. We're not doing it just to grab money, even though that is a big part of our operation, right? Because we have to live, but that we actually care for what we're doing. Being positive is the best way for us to portray us being in agriculture. If we always look down in the dumps, people think that we like to make excuses and we're complainers and stuff like that. And people don't like to hear it. They would rather hear the good stories of how it's a family farm and how I wake up every morning, go to the birds, gather the eggs, and show what the good parts of what my job and what my life is. Some of the challenges in farming, there's so many different stresses involved of what happened during the day. You come home, it's not like, oh, you can just wipe it away. You still got to worry about those things. With different storms, are we going to get feed? It's not a 9-to-5 job. When you go in for supper, you can't just nicely click a switch and forget about it. So yeah, that definitely plays on a lot of people's minds. I think it's important to really just physically remove yourself from the farm, at least a couple of times a year, just to kind of digress and kind of take a good breather and come back re-energized and ready to go. For me, myself, I think anxiety is very true in my life. We've been doing a lot of things lately here on the farm. We've been building a lot of barns. When I go to bed, my brain doesn't shut off. You keep on thinking, oh, this has to get done, this project has to get done, and somebody has to do this, right? And you just wanna, I don't wanna sleep, you wanna go back to work and you just wanna get it done, right? And one thing that I found that really helps me is the thoughts that are in my brain. To get them out of my brain, I gotta write them down. So what I do is in bed, it's 1 o'clock and I'm like, list. Check on this, do this. And then I feel that if I can take those thoughts out of my brain, I can let my brain rest. I'm like, I won't forget it in the morning, and in the morning, then we can tackle these options. So that's been one way that I can deal with it with that. Another way is you just gotta learn that not everything's gonna be perfect. I'm a little bit of a perfectionist, a little bit anal about some things, and you gotta understand that not everybody does everything exactly how you want to, and that's okay. When we were building our barns, there was a lot going on. I was newly married, just moved into the farmhouse, and we're building millions and millions of dollars of barns, right? So a lot of stress, a lot of anxiety there. And I clearly remember one time, it was after I ate a meal and I get bad heartburn, and I got heartburn, and that led to a really bad anxiety attack. I said, you know what, Brooke's my wife, I said, I can't breathe. So went to the hospital and got calmed down by a pill, went back home, slept for a bit, and woke up, and I'm like, I still have it. I had to go back and get even more pills. And they said, yeah, just take it easy. I'm like, well, yeah, easy for you to say. You don't have to go and build all these barns, right? So the next day I had to go back and build the barns. And they're like, well, you should really stop with that anxiety, like minimize that. I said, yeah, okay. So what do you want me to do, sell everything? It's not as easy just to say, oh, you should minimize your anxiety in your life. Maybe maturity and getting older, understanding that, okay, I can take a break with some things and ease up with that. And when I feel that coming down, just go in the shower, have a nice, just totally relax and go on with your day. If you had asked me 5 years ago, it would be a stigma, don't really talk about, you gotta show that you're strong. I think it's starting. The next generation, they understand that we aren't perfect and just suck it up. It doesn't work anymore. Because just sucking it up, it may work 1 out of 10, but then that person, they're making concessions somewhere else. So I think talking about it is starting to really come out, and I think people understand that everybody has to deal with it. They deal with it in different ways. There's not one person perfect. Not one person has a theory that this is exactly how it has to be and this is how you get through it, right? Every person's different. So I think it's important that we talk through interviews like this so that people can understand, oh, that person did this and this kind of helped him, so maybe we should try that, right? I think that's very important to do that. When people have issues, they may not know that they're having anxiety. They may not know that they're having stress. Instead of giving a person 80 million things, well, do this, do this, do this, do this, to try and help it, it's more just listen and then kind of pause with them and then instead of telling them what to do, maybe ask them different questions about it and say, oh, why do you feel like that? Like what's your draw? And then you can say, oh, you don't have to necessarily tell them, oh, you're having an anxiety attack, but just like, okay, you know what, it's actually okay. And then try and bring them down that way. In that type of situation, when somebody comes to you, I don't believe it's the right thing to tell the person how they're supposed to think and how to believe. That can make it worse. I know Egg Farmers of Canada, they have a Young Farmers program, and they talk about all the different struggles and different things that farmers, especially young farmers, go through. First thing that I would say to those people is you're not alone. There are people around that can help you. The next thing is that your family is just as important as your job. Make sure that you invest in them because you will get that back and that will help you preserve. And like we talked about before, that's going to give you purpose to wake up the next day, to provide for them and understand that you want to keep your business and whatever's going so that they may even have just the opportunity to carry that on. I think it's super important for people to hear my story, to talk to people, and if I even help one person, that's already a win, right? And who knows, if I talk about this and let's say somebody has suicidal thoughts, and just because hearing a little something that I said, if that helps that one person, that's totally worth it for me. And I have nothing to hide. Again, opening the barn door, showing what our life is. And our life isn't just about what I do in the barn, it's about when I go home and different things like that. So I think it's super important to have all aspects of farming life talked about.
I'm Warren Ellis, and I live at Wawanesa, Manitoba. I've farmed there for 60 years, roughly. We've had a pedigreed seed farm there since 1923 when my grandfather started. Got married, had 3 kids, and my son and his family have bought the farm and seed business from us, from my wife and I. Yeah, well, there is a lot of peer support in the farming community in general, but you can get it sort of pinpointed on the groups, on the organizations that you work with. And you suddenly realize if you're talking to people there, I'm from Wawanesa, but there was, people from Dauphin on the board, and there was people from LaSalle and from Steinbach, and there were similar problems, and they had different ways of handling them, but there was a lot of compassion for the problems each of us had, even though they were very similar. And so I think that was very helpful. I remember being in a meeting. It was a national meeting for agriculture. I think it was in Calgary maybe, and we had international guests there, and we were all sort of, the end of the meeting had come, and they said, well, okay, what's everybody going to be doing when you go home? They wanted all the farmers. Well, so we all said our little bit. I'm going home and I've got to spray some cropper, or I've got some insects and I've got to do this and that. And this one fellow from North Africa said, well, he said, since I've been away for 2 or 3 weeks, somebody's attacked, some organization that had attacked, and he says he's not sure whether he's got a farm left to go back to. Everybody who was whining, complaining about the fact that, pesticides and little, those things, puts it in perspective really, really fast when somebody says something like that. And you suddenly realize just how lucky you have it. And the anxiety that farmers feel, and I never had that, I don't think. But I know there were times in dealing with farmers, because we'd have farmers come in on the seed plant, and we'd hear them talk. And I know there was one farmer, and I thought, geez, that he's carrying too much, and he's not able to exercise it, to release it. And I became kind of worried about it. It was a neighbor, and I kind of became a little bit worried about him. And so I would phone him from time to time and see how things were going. And I don't know whether he had anxiety or not, but he just sort of seemed, he wasn't able to laugh at it. And I think that's, for me, that's a sign. If all of a sudden I can't laugh at something, it's not a good sign, I don't think. Yeah, a lot of the stressors, I think, are outside our control. As farmers, we are totally at the mercy of weather, and whether it's a drought or a flood. So that's very frustrating when you've done everything right. to the best of your ability, and all of a sudden your success is out the window because of something beyond your control. But in terms of how you react to it is critical, I think. And how I reacted to it, I think, was by talking about it. I was feeling stress, and so I let it go. And so if I had a problem or if I had success, I would chirp about it. And I didn't realize this was my, a therapy device, but I think it was when I think back on it, because there were so many people I talked to. And I was lucky because I had people, revolving door in our office, people coming in and looking back on it. I think that really helped. My customers are also my friends. I would share the troubles of the day. And so, the act of exercising those problems, even though they couldn't help me out, just the act of sharing and exercising the problems was, I think, really, really healthy for me. When we were talking about being overwhelmed, there were days in that seed business. We would get up to 50 to 60 trucks a day coming in to pick up lots of grain. Plus we had our own farm that we're trying to plant. And we had all this old equipment that didn't run just exactly when you wanted it to. And it sort of seemed like there were days where all the troubles all of a sudden descended on you on one day. All of a sudden nothing is working, and you get a buzzing in your ears and you can't hear anything and you can't say anything nice to anybody anymore. And it just gets to a point where you gotta walk away from it. And so that's what I would do from time to time. We have a little pond about a quarter of a mile away, call it Bulrush Pond. The peacefulness of that pond and the valley and the trees, and I think it gives you perspective. And plus a little bit of quiet from the buzzing of all the noise of the machinery that's roaring around and the people yelling and all the excitement that goes on. Being back from that was very peaceful or cathartic, I suppose. There's a definite stigma attached to mental health, and it stops people from talking about it or even admitting it to themselves. And I think farming is really set up to fail at good mental health because we're all isolated by our farms. The next neighbor over is a mile away, and of course then you just load on all the stress that they have. And then there's this sort of macho man thing where, well, we don't talk about that stuff because I'm a man, and that's you're doomed to fail if you have that attitude, if you can't just let it go and not let your ego stop you from admitting when things are getting tough. A message that I would want to send anybody who's struggling, I think, is to talk to somebody. Don't let it build up to a point where it is not manageable. Next time you go by your neighbor, just say, things aren't going great at my farm. It doesn't have to be a great confession. It's just enough that you release a little bit of pressure and you share it with somebody. I mean, there's all sorts of people around. You just have to see them and to talk to them. The reason why I wanted to be a part of this, I think, is the fact that I recognize that there are people who have a lot of trouble in this area, and there's a stigma attached to it, and we need to talk about it. And I've had actually 7 people commit suicide in my life, and 3 of them were over 50. It's just it's a tragedy because it's not necessary. It's a horrible thing, and it's not necessary. We need to look after ourselves better somehow and care for ourselves and each other. There's nothing wrong with having pressure, particularly in this world. My gosh, there's so much going on in this world, on your farm as well. And why on earth would anybody be able to handle that by themselves? It's an unreasonable idea that you could actually handle all the troubles that are going on. So if somebody can be helped by, me sharing, then that's all that matters.
Hi, everybody. It's Andrea from the Stigma-Free Society, the president and co-founder. Thank you so much for tuning in to our Stigma-Free Faces fundraiser, where we interview various people from the community that are passionate about mental health. So today I want to welcome Maria. How are you doing, Maria, today?
Hi, Andrea. I'm doing great. Thanks. Thanks so much for having me. Enjoying the beautiful sunshine coming through my office window right now.
Awesome. So glad to have you here. We just met recently, and we're both going to be speaking at the Courtnall Society Mingle for Women in Philanthropy. And I'm so happy that we've been able to connect. And thank you for coming to help out the Stigma-Free Society with our ambitious fundraiser. So thank you.
Of course. Yeah. Thank you for having me as a part of this. And it's been really great to kind of connect with you so many times over the last couple of weeks.
Perfect. So I'm just going to share a little bit about your bio, Maria, just so people can get a sense of who you are, what you do in the community. I feel like the work you do is very impressive, and I'd like our viewers to learn a little bit more about you. Sound okay?
Yeah, that sounds great.
Perfect. So Maria is the Regional Suicide Prevention Manager with Canadian Mental Health Association BC Division, CMHABC. She is part of the CMHA BC Crisis Care Reform Team, a group working towards improvements in the way we as a society care for folks experiencing mental health crises. Maria got her start in the mental health and substance use field as a volunteer crisis line responder. In this role, she spent many hours connecting one-on-one with people in crisis and learning invaluable de-escalation skills. In addition to her experience at the crisis line, Maria has a varied background in nonprofit management, research, and community outreach. Maria's professional experience, as well as her personal experience with suicide and mental illness, have led to her to be a passionate person about destigmatizing and centering these critical topics. When not at work, Maria enjoys hiking, spending time with friends and her cat Bean, and listening to podcasts and learning new skills. All right, Maria, that was quite the bio, and there's so much in there where I can ask you so many questions. So why don't we just get right into it?
Fire away.
Perfect. So I would really like to know about your job and the Canadian Mental Health Association and what you do there. What is your purpose? And perhaps share a little bit about your passions.
For sure, yeah. So I'll start kind of just by describing the Canadian Mental Health Association in general. So we're a large organization, but still a registered charity. So really started as kind of a grassroots mental health organization. And we do kind of a mix of, I would say, like advocacy and policy reform style work, but also some kind of on the ground, frontline facing work as well. So we run some programs like the Confident Parents Thriving Kids program, which I think is one that folks are often familiar with. So as you very lovelily put in my bio, my role is the Regional Suicide Prevention Manager. And this is a role that's new, not only to me, but also to CMHA as well. So we've recently kind of taken on a new team that's really focused on, like you said, crisis care reform and working with folks who are experiencing mental health crisis and suicidal ideation. So my role specifically, I'm kind of working on a smattering of projects, but I would say my primary focus right now is doing some really great work out in Souk and the West Shore. So otherwise known as Local Health Area 62 is kind of our regional boundaries. And I'm working with a multidisciplinary team of folks from like the school district and Ministry of Mental Health and Addictions and MCFD and all those folks, really looking at tackling, what are the gaps in our system in terms of care for folks experiencing mental illness or mental health challenges, and what can we do about those things? So things like, we're really passionate about getting more training out to the community, looking at ways to kind of improve support for parents and caregivers. That's another kind of big area where we're hearing a lot about. So yeah, really just kind of working with community and really hoping to have a plan that's not only made for that community, but also made by that community. So I'm really just working as kind of the catalyst, if you will, to kind of get that project rolling. So yeah.
You're quite the connector and collaborator. Everywhere I go, it seems like they mention your name. So I'm really impressed with that. And I was just interested, like, how did you get started in this field?
Yeah, definitely. So yeah, I did start as a volunteer crisis line responder, and I kind of was driven to get involved in that area of work. I experienced a suicide loss in my life and really saw how that experience impacted not only me, but really just the community of care around this individual. And it wasn't necessarily something, suicide in general wasn't something that I had thought about or talked about much before. And that incident really highlighted for me, like, wow, this is something that people are struggling with and that we don't always do a great job of talking about and of getting involved with. So yeah, that's really, I was driven kind of to get involved with volunteering, and it was such an amazing experience. Like, really just got some cool skills in terms of, how to talk to people and listen, and met some really great people, and kind of, spent some time in that area. And then eventually there was a paid staff position that opened up at that organization. So I started kind of as a manager there, and eventually that led me to here. So yeah, really started though doing that one-on-one work with folks. And I think that's still where a lot of my passion lies, is being able to kind of be with people in those darkest moments and just listen and show empathy. So
Yeah, and you touched on the passion, and I feel like many of us in this field, like, we definitely have, a friend close to us, as an example, as you said, somebody who died by suicide, or someone who's experienced mental health issues. So I know you touched on it a little bit about the passion, but I was just curious, why are you passionate about this work?
totally, that's a great question. Yeah, so definitely I would say 50% is for sure personal connection to the topic, like having struggled with mental health challenges myself, and having had a suicide loss, and having people in my life that struggle with mental illness. Like, I feel like it's just kind of been everywhere and so present, and I've watched sometimes the ways in which the supports can fail people, or that maybe we don't as a society always know what to say or what to do, and so I think that the prevalence of some of these challenges and the way in which sometimes, there's still so much work to be done. And so I think that's part of where that passion comes from, is kind of watching firsthand where there's areas we can improve, and really wanting to like take the initiative to make that change, and to be a contributor to that change, for sure. And then I also think too, just like how critical mental health supports are right now as well, has really fueled my passion. Like, it is something, it always stands out to me how there's no stigma in saying, I'm going to go visit my doctor because I have a sore leg, but people still are really anxious at times to say, I've been feeling really depressed and I'm going to go see a counselor. Like, it's still something that there's a lot of, I think, unfairly placed shame and anxiety around. And so really just, seeing how much people are needing that support, especially with the pandemic and everything, and really wanting to be able to be a part of that as well, kind of on the broader scale. So
Yeah, amazing. And as well, I was wondering, we all have wins in our job. Working in mental health, like, we hit something, a goal or a win. And I was wondering, do you have one you can share with us, or even a few that you feel, really hit close to home and it was a win for you?
yeah, definitely. I would say there's two that come to mind for me, and I'll keep them general because they do relate at times to like confidential information from crisis chats. But I think one of the biggest wins in my role in terms of mental health, like over the years, has really been watching an individual hit a turning point in a conversation. So someone calls or texts or chats into a crisis line, and they're, despondent at the beginning of the conversation, feeling at times like things are hopeless. There's nowhere they can turn. There's no one they can talk to. And then being able to just sit with that person and watch them, tap into their own resilience and skills, and be able to just really see the light on the other end, and be able to kind of have that reframe and finish that conversation or that call by saying, you know, thank you, I feel better, or, you know, I haven't thought about it that way, or yes, I will reach out to my counselor for support. I think that was always like, and that happened pretty often on the crisis line. It always brought me like such joy and such warmth. Like, I really do believe it was the internal strength of that individual that brought them to that place, but being able to sit with them on that journey, I think felt like a real win to be a part of that. The other thing I would say is always a big win is watching people kind of combat their own internal bias and stigma around the topic of mental health challenges. So I'll often, there's one individual that comes to mind for me, I won't share their name or anything, but who the first time I was on a call with them, they had not much experience with mental health, really not much experience talking about suicide. And we're so nervous to even say the word suicide. Like, you could see them kind of skirting around the word, trying to find other ways to say it, and kind of stumbling, looking anxious. And this person really just persisted through that and was keen to be involved and, you know, educated themselves, talked to people. And now months later, I'm on calls with this person who is very comfortably using language like died by suicide and talking about mental illness openly. And I think that's also been really cool to be, again, I think a lot of that work for that person was internal and through their own strengths. But I feel like I was kind of able to be there with them on that journey. And that was a really nice win to kind of watch that process unfold for sure.
Wow, really amazing, impacting, and thank you for sharing that. And you mentioned stigma. And so you feel that stigma still exists today? You just mentioned it. So would you agree with that?
100%.
Yeah. And so what can we do in our day-to-day lives just as a community to eliminate stigma?
It's a great question. Yeah, I think honestly, just educating ourselves and each other, like taking that opportunity to kind of really reflect upon some of your beliefs and values as an individual and think, you know, where is this coming from? And where did I learn this fear or this anxiety or this judgment? And yeah, engaging with, like, for example, you know, your local crisis lines or other organizations. Lots of folks have like great public facing information pamphlets or like infographics with lots of information that you can kind of gather and take in. And being okay to kind of call in your friends as well. Like, I know a great example for me is when I first started in this area, I often used the terminology that somebody committed suicide. And that's what we hear like daily is that's the kind of common use of that term. But I actually, you know, was called in this workforce and was told, you know, that's actually stigmatizing language because it harkens back to a time when suicide was a crime. And so you committed a crime. And for me, that reframe of someone saying, hey, you know, I know we say this all the time, but actually the term that we use nowadays is died by suicide, and it removes that stigma. And so I felt very like thankful and appreciative of that individual who took the time to kind of call me in and educate me. And so I hope that's something that we can do as a kind of a group and as a society, is to kind of educate ourselves and also feel comfortable having those respectful interactions where we call folks in and maybe reframe or educate about how kind of things could be said better or done better going forwards to reduce stigma. So
yeah, I really know how vital language is when it comes to the mental health realm and in the world. Obviously, it's evolved so much over time, but we have so much more to do. And I was also wondering too, you know, I agree we need to talk openly about suicide. I talk about in my speeches my attempt in 2005 very candidly and in schools. And you know, sometimes people are like, oh no, it's going to trigger, you can't talk about it. So why is it, Maria? Why do we need to talk about it?
Totally. I think you've touched on such an important point, Andrea, that there is this myth that exists that talking about suicide is going to put the idea in someone's head or is going to kind of inspire someone to take actions to end their life. But that is really a myth. And what we know from research and from, you know, interpersonal interactions anecdotally is that having these conversations openly does not put the idea in someone's head, does not inspire someone to take their life. It actually makes them feel safe to open up and to ask for help. Like, with suicide specifically, there's such stigma surrounding the topic that it can be really frightening for someone to even think to say, you know, I'm thinking of ending my life and I need help, for fear that maybe the person they open up to will panic or judge them or shut down that conversation. So really, by having these open conversations about suicide, we're showing people that it's safe to talk about that topic, and that it's safe to ask for help, because there is help available. And you know, research also suggests that most people that want to die by suicide don't actually want to die. They're just looking for a way to escape pain, and there is hope out there. And by by opening up that conversation, we can really help show that help exists, and we can, you know, invite people into conversation and to support. So
Yeah, very important. That help exists. So how does someone help themselves or other people if they're having thoughts of suicide, suicidal ideation? What can people do? Because that's a tough question.
totally, that is a really tough question. And I think honestly, one of the most impressive and impactful skills is being able to listen and being able to sit with somebody when they disclose that kind of topic like suicide or mental illness, just giving the space for them to share that story. I will not do justice on a short interview to a full suicide intervention training, but I would also recommend folks check out, there's some really amazing workshops and training materials and whatnot put out by our local crisis lines. So here on Vancouver Island, we have the Vancouver Island Crisis Society in Nanaimo, and they put on things like Living Works training, which is a internationally renowned set of trainings for folks to learn how to talk to folks who might be thinking of suicide, how to ask about suicide. And that training is not just for counselors. I know sometimes I thought like, oh, I don't know, like I'm not qualified to take it, but anyone can learn these skills, and you do not need like, you know, 700 letters behind your name and lots of formal degrees to be able to engage with that. If you yourself are looking for help too, there's definitely help out there. Like I said, the crisis lines are available. They're wonderful. You'll get connected to someone who's going to listen to you one-on-one, and also be able to connect you with other resources as well. So, you know, maybe they know of a counselor in your area that does free therapy, or perhaps there's a support group in your area. So really, like I would say, don't shy away from accessing those services. The crisis lines are there for you. And so there's also a great directory that I give out often. It's the pathways.bc.ca. Don't quote me on that. I think that's their website, but it's Pathways, and it's a service directory used. Half of it is like medical in nature, so it's for physicians and nurses, but the other half is a community service directory. And you can go on and filter by location in British Columbia and see kind of all those community social services in your region. So ranging from counseling to, you know, housing to the crisis lines, et cetera. So I'd say that's definitely also a resource that I would recommend folks seek out if looking for kind of ways to access support.
Yeah, and at stigmafreesociety.com on help and community resources at the bottom of our website, we also have a section where there are all the crisis lines as well, national and local. So do check that out as well. And so what's your future look like? Any just thoughts about where you're headed?
That's a great question. I must say, like, having just started this job recently, like I love this job, and I honestly hope that my future at this point just contains a lot more of working with CMHA. It's been such a rich and meaningful opportunity, and you know, would love to continue doing this work, doing a blend of, you know, I do really like kind of some of the project management stuff, but I also really like that this job still allows me the opportunity to do frontline facing work as well, like, you know, running training opportunities or talking to community members. So I'd love to see, yeah, I honestly, like, I feel really happy and affirmed to be able to say for maybe the first time in my life that I actually would like to just keep doing what I'm doing. I'm very happy with where I've landed. So
No, it's so good. I know what you mean. It's kind of nice when a job doesn't feel like such an arduous job, when it's just like enjoyable, right?
Totally. Yeah.
Yeah, I get that. And lastly, I was curious, with all of your experience in mental health and suicide prevention, if there's someone who's watching today that may be facing some mental health challenges, some struggles, is there a message you can send to them?
Definitely. I would say the main thing I would say is that you're not alone. Like, and that's something that I think was really powerful for me working on the crisis line was hearing people's stories and realizing like, wow, you're never alone. There's always someone who maybe their story is not exactly the same as yours, but that they understand, and that it's okay that these things are happening, and there is hope. Like, there is hope, there's help available. You're not a burden. Asking for help is totally fine and okay and encouraged. And it can get better. And yeah, really just that piece around that you're not alone and that help is available.
Amazing. Well, thank you so much, Maria. It's been wonderful to have you on our fundraising event today. I am really happy that we're going to work together in the future. I just felt when we met, it would be a really great opportunity to get to know you better and to bring you on to an interview. So very delighted, and thank you so much. And everybody, please remember to donate today if you are able. Share the event. Any action is very valuable. So that is it for this interview. And please do stay tuned for more stories, more interviews, and more fun. So thank you, everybody. Have a great day.
Thanks, Andrea.
Hi, my name is Priscilla Adjaman. I am the founder and creator of Sadie Baddies, which is a virtual safe space designed for people of color to destigmatize mental health and to initiate collective healing. I started this space 2 years ago because I myself wanted a safe space online that I could learn about mental health and take topics that we have only seen in passing, such as seasonal depression and high functioning anxiety and bipolar disorder and dealing with our emotions, and actually take it and break it down into bite-sized topics so that people can learn about it, not have this fear about talking about things that are scary or things that we're ashamed of, especially when it comes to our mental health. And I specifically created this space because as a Black woman, I know firsthand that in our community, mental health is still very much stigmatized. And this is due to a number of reasons, but a big part of it is our fear of looking weak or being vulnerable. And I am so glad that I was able to create this safe space and break down the barriers that it comes to learning about mental health and having really healthy dialogues about mental health. I myself have had my own experiences with mental health, specifically dealing with anxiety, and I talk very openly about it on Sadie Baddies, but on Sadie Baddies, it doesn't feel like anything I need to be ashamed of, actually, because I know so many other people are dealing with it. And most importantly, I think we should always remember that self-care and community care go hand in hand. You can't really practice self-care without also remembering you're part of a larger ecosystem. So whether that ecosystem is virtually on Instagram or in real life with your community and your neighborhood, remembering that you are part of something much bigger will always help to make you feel less alone.
Hi, my name's Rachel. I'm 24 years old, identify as female. I'm a psychiatric nurse from Vancouver, and my experience with mental illness is that I have struggled with an eating disorder for 7 years. And currently in recovery and getting treatment, which has been great and a fantastic experience this far, but challenging. So have I experienced stigma? Yes. For a long time, I tried to keep my eating disorder a secret, or I would tell people hoping that they could just fix me, which is a huge responsibility to put on people, especially your friends and your family. But yeah, I've experienced stigma. I think when you come out with a mental illness, some people think that it's looking for attention or, I don't know, whatever comes to mind, and I think that's, I wish that I didn't let that affect me from getting help, because it did, and it made me think that, oh, nothing's wrong with me. You know, I can just fix this by myself, when in reality, lots of these problems are so deep-rooted and require so much work that me, as a psychiatric nurse and being in school to help people fix these negative thinking traps, or help them walk through them, I couldn't even identify them myself. So being in treatment has really opened up my eyes to how deep-rooted an eating disorder is. And that because I was so worried about stigma and people judging me, I didn't allow myself that experience for 7 years, and unfortunately, the longer that an eating disorder or something like this goes on, the harder it is to fix, because you have to create those pathways in your brain, and you to be I'm stuttering. I could go off about this for so long, because I just think the sooner that you get help, the happier you will be.
Good evening, everybody. My name's Troy Atkin. I'm 28 years old. I'm from Hampshire in the UK, and I'm currently studying the LPC alongside my Masters at the University of Law. My mental health journey started when I was very young. It started at an age when I was around 12 or 13, where you have no idea what's going on in your brain, in your mind. And it's at a time where you're growing, so you're scared and you're frustrated, and you're always asking this question, why is this happening to me? And the biggest misconception that people ask themselves at that age is, what have I done wrong to deserve this? Well, let me tell you, you've done nothing wrong. And it's completely normal to feel that way, to feel lost, to feel trapped, to feel like I have no idea what's going on. But let me tell you, you are not alone, because I've been through it and I know exactly where you are mentally and how you can get to a place where it's a lot brighter. When I was around 18, 19 years old, my best friend passed away. This coincided with my grandparents passing away as well. I can still remember the phone call from my friends, sobbing down the other end, and it wasn't real for me for at least a year or so after the event happened. However, my mental health was already on a decline. I would refuse to talk about how I felt. I wouldn't address any of the issues in my life. And this all kind of went hand in hand with each other, and it culminated in an extremely unhealthy relationship with alcohol. I've lost around 7 years of my life to just being drunk and having complete disregard for my life. Those 7 years I didn't want to live. I tried to kill myself multiple times, suicidal thoughts every single day. Why am I here? No one likes me. No one wants to hear my rubbish. No one wants to hear me talking about my feelings. Little did I know, I was wrong. There were people that loved me. There were people that stood by me. There were people that wanted to help me, but they just didn't know how. Well, for people to help you, you need to help them. And by doing that, you need to open up and take that first step. I need help. That's all you need to say. I'm struggling. I need help. Because that is absolutely fine. It's 2020. We can talk about this. We can get through it. We can get over it. End of 2018, I made a choice. I could either die or end up in prison, or I could become sober and live. I became sober and lived. I completed my degree, masters, relationships, family. The best decision I ever made was speaking. If you're listening to this and you're struggling, I'm telling you it's okay to feel like that. And I'm telling you that I understand what you're feeling and that you're not alone. Trust me, everything will be fine. There is always hope. Please, please, please seek help. Speak. Talking is the best thing you can do. It's the first step. Thank you for listening. My DMs and my page is always open to people who need it. Thank you so much.
My name is Alexandra. I'm currently a stay-at-home mom. Prior to that, I had a career in public service as both a victim advocate and a nonprofit women's health. My experience with mental health began at 6 years old when my first symptoms of OCD and major depression came up. As a child, I spent excessive amounts of time counting and ruminating on bad things that might happen to my family, like us being killed in our home. I also had insomnia, extreme sadness, and episodes of depersonalization. I knew that something was wrong, I just didn't have the words to communicate it. As I got older, my fears took over my life, and I developed severe anxiety about my health and driving. My driving obsessions were so disabling that I got to the point where I could barely drive. After a lot of suffering, I sought help and was diagnosed with OCD at 23. Unfortunately, I didn't stick with treatment at that time. I didn't want to believe that I had OCD. I only knew it as the cleaning disorder that everyone makes fun of. My first instinct is to say that that was my first experience with stigma, but I believe it began well before then. Way before being diagnosed, I knew that mental illness was something that is to be ashamed of. I learned it from my family, who expected me to be strong, succeed at everything I did, and put my needs behind theirs, to hide and dismiss my feelings because in my culture, feelings and therapy are seen as weaknesses. I learned it from society and the media, where mentally ill people are often portrayed as dangerous or quirky, someone we laugh at. The collective stigma that I internalized made me feel unwanted, crazy, and worthless. It also kept me from getting help for decades. My journey with mental health has been very difficult. Delaying treatment cost me a lot of time where I could have been healthy and at my best. I do mourn that time, but I'm happy I finally broke my silence. I have developed resilience and gained tools to help me manage my mental health. Where I am now is far better than I could have ever imagined. I want everyone who is struggling with a mental illness to know that it is okay to reach out for help. Having a mental illness doesn't reflect on your worth in any way, and that once you have the right tools to manage it, life can get better.
Stigma has become an epidemic in our society. It spreads through our world, breeding shame and discrimination.
I took $20 off my son's dresser, and that's all I needed. He asked me if I had come by the house, and I said no. Because you didn't come by the house and take $20 off my dresser? I said no. He goes, why are you lying? I said, I'm not. He goes, I have you on camera.
I was diagnosed with bipolar disorder, and as soon as the doctor said that, it just made so much sense. All of a sudden, I just felt ashamed, like it just washed over me.
I had to come out and admit that I was an addict, and I was struggling with a heroin addiction.
I was on holidays with my wife, and I was scheduled to fly home 4 days before her. But I had to get her to fly home with me because I was afraid to go through Heathrow Airport by myself.
In her eyes, it wasn't support or concern, it was judgment, it was stigma.
I wasn't welcomed in my parents' home, wasn't welcomed in my brother's home. So I was now, had no place to go.
Thankfully, my mom, she was,
I decided I wanted to be the best I could be for my friends, my family, my coworkers, and me.
I was seriously thinking about ending my life.
By hearing brave and heartbreaking stories from different voices dealing with mental health and addiction, what can we learn about stigma? And most importantly, how can we do better?
Here's the same man that I stole $20 from. Said, would you like to come? And I said, absolutely.
I remember sitting in the hospital. I wanted to kill myself, and that was the day I chose to reach out.
Before we can break down the stigmas around us, we really have to look inside.
You know, it's that old saying, don't judge a person until you walk a mile in their shoes. My name is Kamal. Well, I'm currently working at an organization called Rain City Housing. It's on the downtown east side, working with the most vulnerable sector in our community. I love it. It's extremely filled with purpose for me. You know, my spare time, I just started a clothing line with my daughter. My struggle started at a very young age. It started probably in elementary school, dealing with a lot of, at the time I grew up in Richmond, and in the area of Richmond I grew up in was Steveston. Growing up in that area, there was a lot of racism. Being new to the country, trying to fit in, and then wanting to fit in and make friends and be a part of, I started to do things that the older crowd were doing, which was usually drinking and doing things that would get us into a lot of trouble. But I never thought I had a problem, right? Because I was still able to maintain work, income, eventually getting married, having kids, a house, mortgage. It was all the external stuff that I had that made me think that I was okay. Things got extremely bad. I started to hurt the people around me that I loved the most. You know, at the time I was married, so it was my partner, my family, my kids, my parents, my siblings. Eventually it trickled into my work, missing work, not showing up, not being accountable, right? hanging out on the downtown east side or in the Surrey Strip area. And I felt comfortable though, because it made me have no judgment when I was there. I wasn't being judged by anybody. So I hid it, and I hid it for a long time, until the point where I couldn't hide it anymore. And I thought that I wasn't harming anybody but myself, because I was still showing up for my kids' birthdays and being present as a father, as a partner. But that wasn't the case. They didn't see it like that. That's how I saw it. That's how I justified it. Well, I was at their birthday party, right? I provided the gifts, birthday party, the cake and all that, and still there. I was physically present, but I was never emotionally or spiritually present. It wasn't until my 16-year-old son at the time, he's now 23, said to me that he loves me, he'll always support me. But he said I was hurting him and causing him a lot of pain, and that if I wanted to continue being a part of his life, I needed to show him some commitment and get some help. And if I couldn't do that, he wanted no part of me. So I eventually, and that part of what he said to me, I had already been divorced now for a few years. Gone from a 5-bedroom home, good job, a business, traveling with the kids and the family, to a 1-bedroom basement suite with an air mattress. It was built up, and then everything was gone. October 31st, or early November, like a couple of days after Halloween. And I didn't live far from them. I was maybe about 4 blocks away from where they lived, in this basement suite where they lived in the home. And I knew they were at school, and I knew my ex-wife was at work. I was on my way to work, but then I had this brilliant idea that I was gonna go by their house and see if I can get in and find some money, right? Because I had none. Even though I was working, I still had no money. And to the point where I couldn't put gas in my car, put food on my table, even pay for the bus to get to work. I was gonna actually walk to work. And so I knew they weren't home. So I went by the house, and I knew where the lockbox was for the extra key. I knew the combination of it. So I let myself in. And I took $20 off my son's dresser. And that's all I needed, was that $20. Made the phone call that I needed to make. And then I called in sick. He phoned me, and my son hadn't phoned me in months. And I knew exactly why he was phoning. And I didn't answer the first couple of times, and eventually I did. And when I did, he asked me if I had come by the house, and I said no. He goes, "Are you sure?" And I said, "Absolutely." He goes, "You didn't come by the house and take $20 off my dresser?" I said, "No." He goes, "Why are you lying?" I said, "I'm not." He goes, "I have you on camera." And I was like, "I don't know what you're talking about." He goes, "Why are you lying?" I said, "I'm not." I said, "I don't know what you're talking about." I was in such a state of where I didn't care. I didn't care who I hurt. I didn't care what I did. He then, as he was proceeding to hang up, he goes, "I never want to talk to you again." Eventually I figured, okay, you know what? And then I just started numbing myself for the next couple of days because of what I just did and what I put him through. Eventually, my landlord that month said, "You gotta leave." So I had no place to go. Packed all my things. My older brother rented a truck for me, and we dropped all my furniture off at my parents' place, and I wasn't welcomed in my parents' home, wasn't welcomed in my brother's home or my younger brothers. The only person that took me in at this time was my sister on the agreement that I would go to treatment. And now it's getting on to June, and he's graduating from high school. And he calls me, and he asks me to, he says, hey, listen, you know I'm graduating this year. And I said, yeah, absolutely. I said, I'm so proud of you. And here's the same man that I stole $20 from. Said, would you like to come? And I said, absolutely. And I said, how much are the tickets? And he said, don't worry about it, it's on me. And I went, and for the first time in my life, I was present. Emotionally, spiritually, and physically, I was present. And it was the best day of my life to see him get him, walk across that stage, right? After, that was probably about 9 months of being in treatment. I then, I dug a little deeper into the why of I do what I do and the solution that I always looked for in addiction. And, and then things started to change for me. Things got better. I got a job working for the organization, the treatment facility that I went through. And at that moment, like instantly, I felt a shift internally because it was nobody's decision. Nobody told me to come into treatment. Nobody forced me. Nobody mandated me. It was my decision. And that was the key. It's that old saying, don't judge a person until you walk a mile in their shoes. It's easy to point the finger, right? And say, look at that person, look at that person. I think it's important to not try to change anybody else, but change yourself, right? And once again, once you start looking at yourself and what you can do, it's a ripple effect, right? You give off good energy.
Hi, I'm Maddie. I'm 23 years old and I am the communications and project manager at the Stigma-Free Society. I am very passionate about mental health awareness. On the side, I have a blog called Blossoming with Bipolar, and so I really love that. The beginning of grade 9 is when everything really started to change for me. So the year started off really well, like it was really good at first. I had my friends that I had been friends with for a long time, and it was exciting. It was exciting to start in a new school, and the school had a really good dance program and choir, and I was very excited and hopeful. But then there were certain things that started to happen. My grandparents, they started struggling with some really serious health issues, and it had a really big impact on me. I started to become really sad and really grumpy and irritable. Something was kind of triggered in me, and I wasn't myself. Everything was dark around me, and people around me started to notice that. I had been self-harming, and I remember this day when I had my best friend, and I was talking to her about kind of how I was feeling, like I wasn't feeling like myself, and she noticed like I had some scars. In her eyes, it wasn't support or concern, it was it was judgment, it was stigma. And then all of a sudden I just felt ashamed, like it just washed over me. And then I just kept thinking like, okay, what is going on with me? There must be something wrong. So when I started acting differently like this, my friends, they didn't know how to support me. And And then I remember one day, I have a very clear memory of this. They sat me down in the hallway and they just said straight up, I don't think we should be friends anymore. And it still makes me emotional to this day. It's like, whoa, it's 10 years later, but it was like my first heartbreak because I was really, really close with them. And well, I thought, and then all of a sudden I was like alone. I had been this super social person with all these people around me, but I was just completely alone because it wasn't only them, it was as soon as they left, and I guess they probably told people about how I was acting differently, all my acquaintances, you know, the friends through the friends, they also just disappeared. So I was in a new school and I was alone, and I just remember being really, really devastated and in my room, like crying. My parents didn't really know what was going on. I was still really ashamed of what was going on with me. So I decided to stop talking about it because that didn't go very well when I did talk about it. And my family started to notice, and they were really concerned, but they didn't know how to help either. It was like anything they said just wasn't helping. A while later, I would start to feel really, really good. I felt like I was on top of the world. I think what I kind of like to compare it to is that when I was in that depression, everything was dark, everything was blackness. But then when this would happen, everything would be like bright yellow, and I would feel like I had endless energy. But then that would mean that I would stop sleeping, and I stopped eating, and I started exercising like a ton just to try to get rid of all of this energy that I had. I would later discover that it was hypomania that I was experiencing, but at the time I didn't know that. And so it was really scary. During those times, I started to engage in really like dangerous and risky behaviors. I started to do things like sneak out of the house, which is so dangerous. I remember just really liking walking around at night. And this was so unlike me. Like, my parents didn't know what was going on. I was this responsible goody two-shoes, and then I was just a completely different person. That would happen for like 2 weeks. And then the next 2 weeks, I would fall back into that really deep depression, and I would think about what happened when I was in those elevated moods, and I would feel ashamed, and I would feel regret. I would feel just awful about it. And the cycle repeated again and again and again. So I would go up and I would go down every 2 weeks. And I went to see a doctor, and I was diagnosed with anxiety and depression, which wasn't wrong because I was experiencing that, but I was given a medication that then triggered a full-on manic episode. So this was so much more intense than that elevated mood I was experiencing before. I hardly even remember at all, like, really what happened. I was diagnosed with bipolar disorder, and as soon as the doctor said that, it just made so much sense, and it felt like weight had been lifted off. And I remember telling my mom, like, now I can finally get help. I can finally figure out what's wrong with me. Even though there wasn't something wrong with me, I just had mental illness that needed to be treated. Last year, I was going through a really long period of depression. It was the lowest that I have been for so long, probably since grade 9, honestly. I have had many periods of depression throughout university. There was always at least like one time per year for a few months, but this one, it was just lasting forever and ever. It got to a point where I didn't want to live anymore. And it wasn't that I didn't want to live because I love my family and my partner and my friends, but I just didn't know how to go on. I just didn't know how to keep going when it nothing was ending. Everything, all the darkness and the depression, it just kept going and going. I was, sorry. I was seriously thinking about ending my life. And I didn't, I'm here, but I'm also very lucky because I had a crisis plan in place. Even though I had these feelings and I started to make these plans, I knew like I needed to get help, but also my partners just started to notice. Like it was just got to a point where I just wouldn't get out of bed and I just didn't have any hope. Thank goodness my partner kind of was there and noticed and he took me to the hospital and I was admitted just for the night. And when you're laying there on this hospital bed, you really think about, like, it's not that I want to end my life. It's just I need something to change. I need some sort of hope. I need some sort of light that can like get me through. And honestly, ever since then, I have just found this new peace. I felt very peaceful. My anxiety just kind of dropped, and I just started to really appreciate everything around me, everything that I have. My amazing support system, my kitten, my friends, and just things in my daily life that make me happy. And I can honestly say that lately I've been feeling like myself, like I feel really good. And I realized that for so many years I didn't feel that way. I wasn't myself. Before we can break down the stigmas around us, we really have to look inside. We have to look at ourselves. But it also means reflecting on the biases and the stigma that we hold about other people, because they are kind of ingrained in us, in a sense. I want young people to know that when you are struggling with your mental health or you get diagnosed with a mental illness, it isn't the end. My mental illness, my struggles, my challenges, they have all made me a stronger person today. I can now say that I don't have those regrets. I am who I am today because of what I've been through. And now I can share my story to make sure that other people don't go through that. If you are struggling right now, just know that there is hope. There is always hope. Even if it's just a tiny bit, you will be able to get through what you are going through. And there is a bright future ahead of you where you will find that happiness again. You will find peace. And even if it takes a long time to get there, and it's not always going to be easy, but in the end, it really is worth it.
My name is Rowan. Right now I'm working for Together We Can at their Solid Ground House. Right now I'm really just I'm trying to find out who I am. After spending so many years in addiction, I kind of lost that. So I'm trying to figure out who I am personally and what I am truly passionate about. I work at one of Together We Can's houses. I really enjoy helping people, being there for guys and showing them when they come in that this is possible, that it is possible to get better. So I grew up in a relatively normal childhood. Parents divorced, but they weren't. They were good parents. They tried their best. There is a history of addiction in my family. My dad is an addict, but he was always cared, and he did the best with what he could. I grew up got good grades in school up until about middle school. Once I hit middle school, I kind of started experimenting a little bit with pot and alcohol, so forth. And then just it progressed into harder and harder things. Felt kind of out of place a lot of times, and when I found drugs and alcohol, it brought me comfort, and it brought me a sense of belonging. It gave me a chance to fit in with the cool kids. And although when as it progressed further and further, it brought me into a deep depression. I found myself ostracized from a lot of my friends, a lot of relationships, majority of my family. Through the stigma there is with addiction, there's a lot of them wanted nothing to do with me after it progressed. And I'm 23 now. I've been trying to get clean since I was 18 years old. It took some time. It's been a roller coaster, but I never gave up. I'm just 8 months clean now. People were starting to find out about my addiction. Nobody was quite sure, and a time came where I had to come out and admit that I was an addict, and I was struggling with a heroin addiction. I remember being terrified that when I did eventually tell my parents that they were gonna not want nothing to do with me anymore, that they would disown me or that I wouldn't have them in my life anymore. Once I found out that there was a place like this, it might not have happened right away, but I knew there was a spot for me, like a spot where I could fit in and speak openly and not be scared of judgment. When I finally did come clean with my family, thankfully my mom, she was very helpful, and she wanted to do what she could to help. She got me into treatment right away. I remember showing up here for the first time being terrified, not knowing what was going to happen, just full of fear. Although once I did arrive here, everyone did their best to make me feel comfortable. It was amazing coming here. Like it's truly a beautiful place. Going through with withdrawal is one of the worst experiences I've ever had, especially this time before I came through. It's like the flu times 100. Cold, sweat running down my face, so much pain throughout all of my body. It can be quite terrifying at times. I remember sitting in the hospital. I wanted to kill myself, and that was the day I chose to reach out. Thank God that this place was here, and that was 8 months ago. Before coming here, I had no hope for life. I was done. Now I'm excited for my future. I'm excited for what life holds for me in sobriety and recovery. I've heard from a lot of people that they just don't know what to do, that they don't know who to reach out to for help, and I want to be there for those that I can. I want to show them that it is possible to recover from addiction. Be safe about your experimentation. That's the main thing I want to say. Practice harm reduction. Do a little bit of research about what you're going to be taking. There's drug tests, like testing kits you can buy online. They're not expensive. They're relatively cheap, which you can test your drugs to make sure there isn't something like fentanyl, or just a test to make sure it is what you think you're taking. Recovery is possible. We do recover, and to reach out. I understand there is quite a bit of stigma around addiction, but to find someone that you feel you can trust to help you find that help. And again, just like if you are going to be using drugs, to be smart, to be safe. and really that it can happen to anyone. It's not a selective disease, and it is a disease. It's been in the DSM for years, decades. If you or someone you know is struggling with addiction, to either be of help or not judge them or yourself for what you're struggling with. We all struggle with our own issues, but we aren't alone, and it is, as I've said before, there is a community out there that is very, very accepting and very willing to take you in, and the help you need is out there.
So my name is Nia Shato. I'm a 19-year-old college student. I study special education. So an accessibility advocate is someone who makes things more accessible, and they're advocating for reducing stigma, for making the world an easier place for everyone, not just people with disabilities, but people who use like strollers. The curb cuts in the sidewalk are great for everyone who use wheels, wheelchair, skateboard, mothers with strollers. It's kind of making everywhere accessible for everyone. Okay, so growing up, I don't actually have any memories until age 9. That's because part of my disorder is amnesic barriers. So I don't have any memories until like this body was aged 9. And then, you know, like my parents were decent people for the most part, and I was kind of like rebellious and didn't want to listen to anyone. So I don't know what happened in childhood. I moved from England to Canada when I was 5. I started being really horsey at age 7, and that's like as far as my childhood goes, I think. That's all I remember. So I have a dissociative identity disorder, which is a dissociative disorder caused by repetitive childhood trauma. And that can be anywhere from bullying at school to severe abuse, really anywhere in between. And this disorder was created by a child's mind to protect the child from the trauma that was happening. So for me, I have quite a few alters, and they each have their own reason for existence. My role in this system is to do everyday life, to talk to people, to socialize, to make food, to do schoolwork, and others in the system, they have the role of holding the trauma and the feelings so it doesn't overwhelm me, because in DID, if the host, which is me, the person who fronts the most, if the host knows about the severity of the trauma, there's a very, very high chance that it'll completely overwhelm them and something bad could happen. So everyone in the system has a specific role, and they're each their own person who have their own likes, dislikes, personalities, and they're very, very separate from each other. The states of self can't integrate, and each state of self develops into their own person, essentially, and they all have different life experiences. So having dissociative identity disorder, there's a lot of missing gaps in my day. That's part of maybe something I can't handle is showering. That's something that I just don't do. So I will go back into the headspace. My consciousness will leave my brain essentially, and someone else's will pop into the front and shower. And when I am not in this body talking, doing things, essentially I don't have any concept of time. I'm basically asleep. And sometimes I can be missing chunks from a couple of seconds to months, years even. I've learned that the people who don't support you, who don't love you, are not your people. And as hard as it is to remove yourself from those people, it's going to be for the best, as much as it hurts and as horrible as it's going to feel. Those aren't the people that are going to love you unconditionally, because you're perfect no matter what. And although it'll take some time to find your people, once you find the people who love you and support you no matter what, you're going to become a really beautiful person. No matter all the bad stuff that's happened, no matter what people have said about you, you're like absolutely amazing. And the friends you surround yourself with, your true friends, will support you no matter what. And I've had some friends who have drifted apart because dissociative identity disorder can be super scary for people who are friends with someone who has that. They don't want to be around people who have dissociative identity disorder. There's a lot of stigma around it, with like the stigma surrounding if you have dissociative identity disorder, you're a bad person, you're going to hurt other people. And a lot of that is thanks to the media. That, you know, there's the movie Split, and it's a horrible movie about someone who has dissociative identity disorder or multiple personalities, and they're abusing 3 young girls. But when in reality, people with dissociative identity disorder are more likely to be abused than abuse other people. But I've got some really good friends now. So I have now a couple of good friends who have dissociative identity disorder, and other people who are just normal people. And they're like, yeah, that's cool. They just adjust, go with the flow. If a little alter comes out, they're like, hey, what's up? Let's go get candy. If someone who's a little bit more mature, who's isn't a fan of doing this thing, they'll go off and we'll do something else. And it's really nice. But it was really hard finding those people, and it was really scary opening up to those people and going, hey, I've got this disorder. If this happens, please do this, 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 and this. And it's like, it takes a lot of trust on like both sides. Like my friend has to trust that we're not going to do anything and that they're going to stay safe. And we have to trust that they're not going to tell other people. So I think one of the biggest things when I became open about having dissociative identity disorder, I actually put a video up on YouTube and I was like, hey, this is what this disorder is, this is how it affects me. And I got posted on an illness faking Facebook page. And people were saying, there's no way you can have that disorder. You don't look like you have it. There's no way someone your age could have that disorder. It's too rare to have it. Someone said my alters seemed fake. And I was reading these comments and I was going, well, that's a bias. Anyone of any age can have this disorder. Alters are their own people. They're not role played or anything like that. And I was just reading these comments and I was like, yeah, I'm gonna take this video down now, because I was getting some nasty, nasty comments about just things about this disorder that wasn't true. And people were saying there's no way she could have that disorder because if she actually had it, she wouldn't be able to function. And that's a pretty big, I guess, like misnomer, stigma around it, that if you have a severe mental illness, you can't function at all and you can't live a normal life. But it's very much not true.
Where are you at now with your life?
I'm dissociating, hold on.
That's okay.
Oakley, come here. Can you come here? Hi. Honestly, I don't want to give you kisses right now. You have makeup on. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah? Come here. It's okay.
Did you want to stop?
No, I'm good.
Okay,
It's
take your
just-
time.
Yeah, dissociating.
You know when it happens, eh?
Yeah, it's really easy to identify when it's happening because everything gets like super blurry, and like I can like move my arms but I feel like I'm not connected to my body. Essentially, it's just when your brain disconnects from your body, and it's really weird. Oh, can you back up? Can you hop up? Can you hop up? He's like, no, you don't fit. Come here. I need a hug. Can you give me a kiss? Thank you. I really do not want to switch in the middle of this.
It's okay.
Oh my gosh.
It's okay.
Thanks. Do you want to settle? It's like, okay. I suppose so. Yeah, he's like, you're dissociating. Let me ground you. Thank you. So this is one of the things he's trained to do, is tactile stimulation. And he'll do that until he feels like I'm more with it. It's very helpful. Usually he'll lick my face, which I find is a lot more grounding. He's like, okay, I think you're good. Am I good? Yeah? Yeah, okay. I know, good boy. as bad as it is right now, and as bad as you might feel right now, it will get better eventually. It's not going to happen quickly, and it's going to be really, really hard to get better and to make things better, but eventually it will be better and things will be okay. And it'll all be okay one day. As terrible as right now seems, there's a lot worth living for, even if everything seems really terrible.
Greetings, my name is Dave Richardson, and I'm proud to be the co-founder and chairman of the Stigma-Free Society. I'm absolutely committed to the belief that we need to bring down the stigmas that exist in our schools, our workplace, and our community, so that people that are dealing with mental health challenges or mental illness can get the help they need and can be embraced by their friends, their family, their colleagues, and they can heal. Because stigma about mental health is probably one of the most damaging and fundamental issues that we have in helping people address their mental health needs. Stigma exists in our society in so many ways. It's not just about mental health. It's about rage that exists, learned from our parents. It's about messages that are coming down from political office. We have to become more compassionate as a society. We have to make a difference, not only in our own lives, but in everyone's lives around us. 20 minutes watching the news is a frightening experience. There's so much hate in the world. And if we are going to deal with the bigger issues, like climate and all the other things that exist, we're going to have to work together. I grew up in the city of Winnipeg. I had the good fortune, albeit a double-edged sword, to grow up in a very successful, noted, and recognized family. That certainly had its advantages, to be sure. On the other hand, it set me up to be bullied. Kids who just had something inside them that said that they had to pick on somebody, I was a good target. From about grade 4, I was badly bullied, and I understand the damage that it can do to children. It wasn't easy, but I think that it's become part of the fabric of who I am. It's probably why I became an entrepreneur, because I wanted to make a difference. I know now, having got to the far side of stigmatizing myself, that I had to come to understand who I was, and that the depression, at times anxiety, that I dealt with my entire life was something that was just part of me. And I had to get over stigmatizing myself about taking medication. If I'd had a heart problem or high blood pressure or thyroid or anything else, I'd have had no hesitation taking medication. But my head, that was a problem. And I think that problem was probably generational. Nobody talked about mental health back when I was growing up. I'm old enough to remember when cancer was, it's the C word. Shh, cancer, don't say anything. And now, when someone has cancer, they share it with their friends and colleagues. They're embraced by their friends, by their family, by the community. And it's so vital to helping people deal with their illness, come to terms with what they're living with, and find the inner strength to fight against something which is going on in our body. We have to bring mental health to the same level. We've got to put it out on the table. It's got to be a safe subject. I was on holidays with my wife, and I was scheduled to fly home 4 days before her. I've traveled the world. Northern China, all through Europe, Africa, India. I've traveled extensively from a young age, and I never had a problem going anywhere at any time. But I had to get her to fly home with me because I was afraid to go through Heathrow Airport by myself. I couldn't do it because my anxiety went right off the scale. I decided I wanted to be the best I could be for my friends, my family, my coworkers, and me. I now joke that I keep a 2-month supply of my medication on hand at all times. Why? Because when they put me in the pine box, it doesn't matter if I'm going north, more likely south. I'm going to enjoy the journey. No withdrawal throughout the voyage, because I want a better life. And if taking a little medication is what makes the difference, I'm okay. And I'm better than okay, because I've come to terms with the stigma that is so prevalent in our society about dealing with mental health. How do we address the issue of stigma? How do we open ourselves up, or how do we create an understanding community around us that will accept us for who and what we are? We didn't choose to be who and what we are. Could be genetics, could be social environment, could be the part of the world and the community that we're brought up in. It really doesn't matter, except for the fact that we have to make the best of what we've got, where we've been, and who we are. I'm really challenged by the negativity that's in the papers, on the television, rampant in the news. Protests, fighting, anger, hate, animosity, lack of tolerance for other people who have a right to be on this planet with us. Nobody has any more right than anyone else. And we have to find a way to live together, because there are far bigger issues and challenges facing this planet than somebody's color or race or religion. We have to do better. We have very, very big global issues to deal with if we're going to continue to exist on this planet. And fighting amongst ourselves is just not productive.
I'd like to start my personal story when I was 16 years old. At this time, I was unlike a lot of kids because I wasn't going to school. I was drinking every day, doing drugs all the time, and my boyfriend at the time was even an armed robber. It was not a good life to be living. So I wanted to change that life. I gave my mom a call, who lived on Vancouver Island, and I was in Sudbury, Ontario at the time. She managed to get me a ticket, and I had my whole new fresh start, leaving Ontario and heading to Vancouver Island. Things were great for about a year, and then me and Mom started fighting quite a bit. She ended up in a psychosis because my mother has bipolar disorder, where she was believing things that weren't real. It was difficult for me because I didn't understand bipolar disorder, as my family never talked about it when we were kids. As time went on, we would fight quite a bit, and eventually she kicked me out of the house at the end of grade 11. It was a really tough time, except I was very lucky. My boyfriend's family took me in for a couple of months, and I got a job at Subway Sandwiches where I made extra cash. I worked super hard in my grade 12 year. And I did something a lot of people thought maybe I couldn't do because I was on my own, which was I graduated. Not only did I graduate, but I garnered $10,000 in scholarships and bursaries. And it was an amazing opportunity because I had my early entrance into the University of Victoria. I had no idea what I wanted to take in the first couple of years, but in my third year, I found a subject called political science, the study of politics and government and power. My friends thought I was an absolute nerd for liking this stuff, but for me, it was amazing, and it really interested me. I had my degree in political science after a few years, and an entrance job to the government, which was absolutely amazing. Or so I thought for about 6 months. And then I started feeling restless, bored, and I just had to change things up because I wasn't happy at all. So I did something huge. I sold all of my belongings, and whatever I had left, I put into my little green neon car, and I decided I'm gonna drive across Canada by myself. I remember going through Banff and the prairies, which were completely straight like this, but it was still enthralling. Where do you think I'm heading if I'm going to the hub of politics? Ottawa was the place. It wasn't a dream life and a dream job that found me in Ottawa. It was actually bipolar disorder. For instance, I was house sitting for my friend Kim and I was composing emails. Not a big deal, right? Then all of a sudden it felt like there was lightning in my fingertips. I had this overbearing outburst in my brain to just write. The creativity was flowing. So I opened up a Word document and I wrote for 3 hours straight, 33 pages, single-spaced. And I named this document something brilliant. I named it The Next Federal Election Strategy to Make Andrea Paquette Prime Minister. It was grandiosity. I was having these big, inflated thoughts that weren't possible, and I didn't think anything was wrong. I thought, wow, I'm destined for great things. I also started to act out of character and go into coffee shops, start randomly talking to strangers and asking them if they wanted to have coffee with me. I was overly connected, overly happy, and I just wanted to talk. And during this time, I experienced something a lot of people don't talk about, which is psychosis. Seeing things, hearing things, and believing things that are not real. Would you believe it if I told you that I saw a globe form in front of my face, as real as I could touch it? I was having a hallucination because my brain was sick. However, I couldn't tell the difference between reality and non-reality. I remember there was a loud knock on the door during this time, and I was quite startled, but I went to the door, looked through the people, and guess who was there? Absolutely nobody. I was petrified. So I grabbed my cell phone, locked myself in the bathroom, and called 911. And I told the operator that somebody was trying to break into the house because this felt as real as my everyday life. An officer came in about 20 minutes, spoke to me for half an hour, and he looked at me very kindly. And he said, Andrea, I'd like to call you an ambulance so they could take you to the hospital and you could talk to a doctor because I think you're experiencing mental health issues. I waited at the hospital for over 6 hours, but I'm really glad that I stayed. I had the opportunity to speak to 2 psychiatric nurses and a doctor. They would ask me questions like, what is your name, where are you from, who is your dad? Just baseline questions to see where I was at. I'm like, my name is Andrea Paquette, my dad's name is Raymond, and I'm from Victoria, BC. Why? They just wanted to see if I knew what was going on, and these baseline questions, well, I was very articulate, so they were gonna let me go. However, my last 2 friends came to the hospital and they convinced the doctor to keep me. I will always remember this nurse coming up to me, putting her hand on my shoulder and saying, "Hun, you're coming with us." And that was my first hospitalization at the age of 25 years old. And soon I was diagnosed with bipolar disorder. I ended up spending all of my money because I was in a psychosis, thinking that it was being magically replenished in my bank account. As well, all of my family and friends were in British Columbia, and me being in Ottawa at the time, I was mostly alone. As well, I lost my serving job that was getting me through because of my strange behavior. And lastly, my roommates took my key because they were afraid of me, because I had a mental illness, and the hospital became my home. I was very lucky though, because I had a wonderful experience with a social worker, and she sat down with me, assessed my case, and said, okay, we could give you $400 for a place to rent, but you have to get this form signed by the landlord, and then we can help you. I called this lady. She was really kind and nice, and she just said, hey, why don't I give you a ride from your house, because I'd love to show you the room that I'm renting. And I was like, that is so kind of you. And then I realized my home is the psych ward, and how well would it go over if Heather picked me up there? Say if it was a different situation and I sprained my ankle, how would it go over then if I was to be picked up at the hospital? I told her I lived down the street from the hospital. She came and picked me up. She was very approachable, and I decided I'm gonna tell her my story. She looked at me and she said, Andrea, I think you would make a great roommate. Oh, finally, I had my place to live. I ended up getting 2 jobs right away, Boston Pizza and some other dining jobs serving, so that I could save up money to go back to Victoria. However, I started noticing body changes because of these medications that I was on. I ended up gaining 30 pounds in 3 months. I had cystic acne that I couldn't control. It was difficult to manage, and at times I felt like I perhaps even felt worse than I did before. So I went off of all of the medications, not blaming at all the recent mental health breakdown that I had, but just blaming all the meds. When I drove back across Canada, it was not beautiful and amazing. It actually was really dark, because when I ended up in Victoria, I had the deepest, darkest depression of my entire life. Taking a shower was like climbing Mount Everest. Everything was so hard and everything was so difficult. And the truth is that I medicated myself to sleep for 2 weeks, day and night. And then I eventually attempted to take my life, which landed me in the intensive care unit of the hospital for 3 days. I don't just share about my suicide attempt because it's part of the personal story. I share because I really do not want one person to suffer in silence like I once did. I didn't reach out at all. I could have reached out to my family and my friends, even to my doctor. I didn't know there was a national suicide hotline. And there is always help, and there is always hope. But I'm really lucky because I made it through. And I met a psychiatrist in the hospital for the 2nd time. He was absolutely wonderful, and he taught me that living with mental illness is possible, and it is manageable. I got on some new medications. I was very reluctant. I didn't want to, but I decided the doctor is the expert and I'm the patient, so I'm gonna listen to what he says. And I also learned that mental health management is a lot more than just medication. It is also ensuring that I get out during the day to get some sun on my face. And I also had a wonderful psychiatric nurse who helped me with counseling. It actually was a much better time for me, and things got a lot better. When I was walking home from the hospital, I soon realized, wow, I have absolutely no plan for my life at 26 years old. So I decided, in good Andrea fashion, I'm going to take a trip. I'm going to get away from Canada because, my goodness, things went so poorly in Ottawa and there was nothing but bad memories. I ended up in South Korea. I soon became an English teacher for children, and these kids gave me something that I hadn't been feeling for a long time, which is belonging. About 6 months into my 2nd contract, I decided I'm gonna take a little trip to Canada. I took a vacation and ended up in the beautiful Victoria, BC, my former home. When I took a long walk down the harbor, I realized something huge. I realized it wasn't so bad anymore. and I'm gonna come home. I decided to take a bunch of workshops and seminars just to find out what are my goals and what do I want to do next. This facilitator called me out in front of 500 people to come share what I've learned at the front of the room. I was petrified and shaky and scared, but I grabbed the microphone, I went up to the front in front of 500 people, and I said just this. Hi everybody, my name is Andrea, and I've learned in this seminar that I have bipolar disorder. But I'm not bipolar disorder. I've learned that I have a mental illness, but I'm not defined by that illness, and I can live an amazing life. The stigma had shattered that inner shame, and from this point, my life took a dramatic turn for the best. I soon created bipolarbabe.com, which is a place of comfort, understanding, and a place where people could connect who were dealing with any sort of mental health issue. My slogan was stomping out stigma, and the blonde little superhero was me in 2009. I went into one classroom in Victoria, BC, 15 students. To this day, I've spoken to nearly 30,000 students. With our programming, we are all about education when it comes to stigma with a focus on mental health. We educate children, grades 7 to 12, adults in the community, and now the online Stigma-Free Zone program. This program can be accessible to anybody across North America and even beyond. I just want to say that I never knew in a million years that my biggest curse would actually become my biggest gift. And for that, I wouldn't change a thing.
I've always been in the health profession for the past, I guess you could say, 40 odd years now. And so I ended up getting into personal training and have owned a boxing studio for the past 8 years in New Westminster. And during that time, I got working with people with Parkinson's disease. I ended up giving up my private clients to work solely with people with Parkinson's for the last 3 years. I think my addiction, it probably started when I was a teenager. You know, the partying and things like that. I was a nerd. I was like a complete nerd growing up. Drinking wasn't really part of the picture. On weekends it was, you know, going to dinner parties or going out for dinner and things like that with my family and friends. But it didn't really take hold until I was about 33, 34. My husband and I had just split up. And we had been together for 6 years, and he didn't drink at all. And I think it was kind of like a rebellion, right? Like, we split up, and I was like, yes. And I started drinking, and it got bad very quickly. I would wake up at home not knowing how I got there. Even fortunate that I got home, because I would not have remembered most of the evening. I remember one time we had, my friends and I had been drinking after work, and then we were heading to another pub not far from work, and that's all I remember. My friends, turns out they were looking for me for hours and hours. What I do remember is waking up at home in the morning with a black eye, cut up nose, missing backpack. I couldn't figure out what had happened. I honestly, and to this day, I don't really know what happened. The night drinking turned into day drinking and night drinking and 24-hour drinking. I got to the point, I think it was probably early April, where I realized that I couldn't go on like that anymore. And so I tried to kill myself. I didn't tell anybody. And it was about 2 weeks later, my brother-in-law phoned me, and he's actually the one that reached out to me, and he said, hey, I noticed something's going on. Something, you know, really, really not good is going on. I was being defensive and whatnot. And so then it ended up being a conference call with my brother-in-law's wife, which is my sister. So the three of us were talking, and I actually told them what I had done. And so that was my cry for help. First time I've ever told or admitted to anybody that, I'm not going to be, naive here. My family knew I had a drinking problem. I tried detox twice, but it was probably my first time ever really reaching out and saying I need help. My sister and her husband and I, we sort of made a plan of how to sort of get through this. And they didn't push me. I had to do it at my own speed. And it was through several counseling sessions that I started to realize that I wanted to be around. I wanted to live. And I still feel that I have a lot to offer a lot of people. I just realized that I haven't done everything I wanted to do yet. Well, it was a long process. I mean, I guess it wasn't that long in the scheme of things. So that started in April, and I finally decided to go to treatment in August. For me to finally come to that decision, I had this real stigma about going to treatment, and I did not want to go. I was like, there's no way I can go away for 3 months. I still have some clients that I was able to hold on to, and I still, I have a house and I have cats and bills to pay and, all this kind of stuff. And I was like, there's no way. And so it took me, like I said, it took me a while to come to that decision. And once I made up my mind, I made up my mind. If you can survive that, I figured I can survive anything. I learned to knit while I was there. And so knitting, I think, sort of saved my life while I was in there. And it's kind of cool because I've now started a business from that. And I do, well, this is one of mine. So I've started a business called Robin Constantia Designs. And it's all different. I design and knit sweaters and soft furnishings and things like that. One of the things I've noticed is that I can get so much more accomplished in a day. And it's an incredible feeling, like absolutely incredible. I still have my days when I sit on the couch all day, and that's okay, that I can do that once in a while. I get up in the morning and I've got this routine now, and I can just get so much more accomplished. Before, I'd start drinking, say 4 o'clock in the afternoon was probably around my time, and then my whole evening was gone. And now I'm working on my art again, and I'm doing my silversmithing and my knitting, and I'm getting into leather work, and I'm doing all this stuff that I always wanted to do, but I always fooled myself and said I didn't have the time to do it. And now I have all this time, and I'm not bored. Every single day that I wake up feeling good, not hungover, is a triumph for me. Being present for people, being able to have a normal conversation with my friends on the phone, my family on the phone. I didn't have the energy before to even carry on a decent conversation. So that's a triumph there. If there had been something like this, the Stigma-Free Society, around when I was a teenager, when I was going through emotional and mental problems, but I never talked about it, I didn't know what was going on with me, and I really feel that if there had been something like this back then, I wouldn't have gotten into the situation that I got into as an adult. So I want to go on living a stigma-free life. I'm happy to talk about it. I feel that if I can help just one person to reach out and talk about my story, then I've done a wonderful thing.
Wave Beats Music.